Hello and welcome to the Giant Slayer European Cup semifinals. That's right. It's another tournament with another semifinal starting. It's that time of month, I suppose. I'm DoA. With me is Frodan, and I'm really excited about this because Frodan, this tournament has been a ton of fun to cast. Like the team based aspect of it has been really entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. I think that one, I actually just realized that I have my green screen and not the actual Galaxy's background, so apologies there. But yeah, it's
How
been
dare
really
you?
fun so far, and we've been seeing a lot of rivalries develop within these top level players within the regions, and then you have some of that team element where a player does really well for their country and stand out as a star, and yet at the same time, other players who we weren't necessarily anticipating being favorites end up coming up huge for their countries, and they're
Yeah.
players that I want to keep an eye on moving forward. So it's an opportunity for front runners to cement their name and also people to put their name on the map.
I think, in my opinion, that's like the very best part of this is seeing players that we haven't been as familiar with in the past come up, play great, gain new fans, gain a lot of reasons to watch them. It's going to be neat. Let's take a look at our format so far, though, just to kind of catch you up on how this has been working. So we had a couple weeks of group play. Basically, we started out with 8 different countries. Each country sent out 2 players per day. So over the course of the week, every country's players played and every country got 10 games in. We were doing 5 games a day. So after 2 weeks of that, we compared all the points, and now we are here. 4 teams, 4 countries remaining. We are going to see 2 of them today, and I believe 2 of them tomorrow. And then we will have our finals lobby. And here's our prize pool, as you can see, some money on the line, but it really is more about, the national pride aspect of it, Frodan, and also just, like you said, making a name for yourself. This is a great opportunity for a lot of players to do that.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately when you're kind of like looking at what the prize money and in the standings, that's great. But a lot of times when it comes to Europe in particular, they really want to prove themselves as being the top players for
Right.
their entire region. So it's always cool to see that come to fruition, and we'll see if today's semifinals can show up for these players, as we do have a new patch on our hands, and I want to see what's going to happen today here, Doa.
Yeah, it's a patch as well that has seemed to open up a lot of different strategies. The game feels wide open right now, which is awesome. So it'll be cool to see some of these players tackle that. So this is the overall ranking that the nations had going into the semifinals. You can see that Germany, Portugal, Spain, and France were the 4 nations that made it through. And yeah, so we'll see those 4 nations again play today and tomorrow. And then the finals will be the last 2 nations standing. Whereas in the past, we've only had 2 players from each country competing. In the finals, it's going to be just 2 nations. So it's going to be 4 players from one nation, 4 players from another, and that's actually going to be really interesting, I think, to see if any sort of more more sort of like established strategies start to come out there, because that's been kind of one of the things that we've been talking about throughout this tournament is what are ways to gain an advantage in a game like TFT as a team. There's there's very obvious, don't play the same thing your teammate is playing, but is there a way to harm your opponents? And I think when we get to that finals, when it's 4v4, we're going to really start to see kind of that kind of thing come out. It's going to be neat.
Yeah, and I think that, with all these players represented within their countries, it's going to be really fun to see who will get the last laugh and whose teamwork is really going to come out. We've seen some players communicate and kind of say, like, this is what I'm going to be doing. These are the things
Yeah.
that you should be doing, and considering that. So it's always really fun. It's always really fun to start like looking at that kind of dynamic that exists.
So if you look at the list for the players for today, one interesting thing to note is that Germany and Portugal swapped up or no, they actually kept the pairs that they used earlier in the tournament, whereas France and Spain rather swapped things up a little bit. So Salvyyy and Sasa from Germany played together before; they're playing together today. Same goes for Kuzma and Ginger. Whereas Spain and France have shaken up the roster a little bit, and if one of those 2 teams are on top and we get to interview one of them, I'm going to be curious to hear what the reason for that would be.
Yeah, totally. I think that, with these players in particular, we're going to be seeing some pretty nice strategies with the 10.15 patch. And I feel like the meta's kind of been evolving for the past couple of days. It started off with people really thinking like it's going to be dominated by Astro snipers, and it's kind of transitioned a little bit away from that. And then all of a sudden, we're kind of like seeing a bunch of different compositions pop up in different capacities here. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what's up happening for today's lobbies, because there's not many games that we have. We only have 5 games, but it's going to be fun because we've been seeing that some of these teams that have been employing the strategy, they've been picking different lanes. But at the same time, there are compositions that can support multiple people playing it. So you do have to wonder what they're going to do if they end up having that same kind of direction.
Yeah. It's all about like what we said. Do you weigh sort of playing your best board versus maybe taking something your opponent needs in a crucial moment, when it might hurt you a little bit too. There's a lot to be explored yet as far as team competition goes in games like Teamfight Tactics and auto battlers in general. And I feel like we're going to start to see more of that pop up as the semifinals kind of go on. But mostly, I'm just kind of curious to see what people are going to play tonight. Like you said, it's still pretty new on the new patch, and there's a lot to be experimented with. I played a game of Battlecast for the first time today. That was actually fun. I took third. I was satisfied. 2 very high roll boards above me, but it's neat. I don't know if it's like a consistent top 1 comp, but on certain galaxies it might be good. And looks like we're going to start out with AKAWonder on a star cluster.
All right, so Star Cluster, a galaxy where you can get 3 stars pretty easily, just based off of the idea of picking champions on the carousel. And we've been seeing people really favor all kinds of comps onto Star Cluster, but it does seem like there's been a recent surge of protectors and mech that's been the underplayed comps relative to their popularity. Because again, people are really jamming things like Astro snipers. People are like playing a lot of Blade Masters on this, and I do think that it's pretty interesting to see like who can get that advantage on the carousel. Who's going to be like losing intentionally versus who will be trying to stay out on top.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of feel like it's you have to be a very good player right now to properly pilot a loss streak. And we just saw players like Aegon in the C9 qualifiers do really, really well at doing exactly that. But I feel like we've seen a lot of other players throughout the scene try that and then be harmed by it. So I think it's a board that favors playing, or it's a meta rather that favors playing a strong board. Because getting ahead, especially getting to level 9 fast right now is really important. But at the same time, you can still go for that loss streak play. I think it just requires a greater degree of skill than it maybe did before.
Yeah, and we'll see if that ends up being the case here. For 6 Blade Masters in particular, I think people have been favoring more the Master Yi carry. It's been very popular in China and in Korea.
Mhm.
And it does seem to be particularly rising in popularity on North America. It does seem like at least 1 player per lobby that I'm in right now, and at around Masters level, low to mid Masters, does seem to be people specializing in it. And I think that there's
Yeah,
a possibility we're going to see some people trying to force it right now.
I'd say about 1 per lobby has been my experience too lately. It's a good build, but it's one that's still a little bit quote unquote new, for the meta, and so not a lot of people maybe have so much experience with it yet. Looks like AKAWonder, he does find the Brawler Battlecast synergy, which is pretty strong early on. Could make the blue buff, so he will go ahead and make the blue buff. Okay, so theoretically, this could lead to a pretty tanky Alawi if she's casting that ultimate a little bit more often. But I'm curious where he's going to go with this. The blue buff is a really strong item that can work in a couple different comps, namely snipers and Vanguard Mystic.
Yeah, I think the blue buff is just a really versatile item. It can still go into Star Guardian Sorcerer comps. It just seems like most people can really use that in the late game if you even put it on Xerath or other people like that. So it
Right.
does feel like it's a very versatile item, and you're never really wrong for slamming that.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with dropping a blue buff into your board at this point in the game. Looks like he's going to win this first round, and so the question is, do you go for the win streak here? He already leveled up to 4, so it looks like he is going to be trying to win streak. And there's a Cassiopeia. Ooh, I love the expression on his face where he's like, "Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking about." That's a strong
Yeah,
pickup.
It is strong. It's just like I feel like now more than ever having a Cassiopeia at only 1 star isn't really cutting it. But she's still a great early game holder all the way through even the end of stage 3. It's
Sure.
just one of those things where like, if it's the same thing that we saw in the Nebula qualifiers where if you do end up having like your carry have 1 star and holding all these items, you're just going to fall off a cliff. And also, Vanguard Mystic does seem to get capped out a lot earlier now, just because it seems like
Yeah.
most people have found the proper scaling going into the late game. And so, while I think it's totally reasonable to hold on to those casts and maybe even lean towards that Vanguard Mystic build, I don't think we wouldn't rush into it too quickly here if I'm AKAWonder.
Oh yeah, totally agree. I think I wouldn't even be playing the Cassiopeia if I didn't have an Alawi already. Um, and you certainly don't want to move the blue buff over yet because you don't want to give up that 2 star. Finds another Cassiopeia though. And the nice thing about playing an early Cassiopeia, wow, he actually sells the Alawi. Interesting. Okay, because he doesn't have an Alawi to replace that with. So his front line is getting a bit weaker. So I wonder how this is going to go. I would have been a little bit hesitant to swap it, but we'll see what happens. But what I was going to say is that because he had that front line and because he has a blue buff, this can work. And one of the great things about playing a star like this is that you can always easily transition if you're thinking about it, advance into something like Astro snipers too, which Cassiopeia and Teemo use the same items generally.
Yeah, I think the Vanguard Mystic Astro Snipers dynamic is a pretty powerful tree to explore, but I also feel like it's just really contested. So if you do end up seeing yourself having better items and for a different composition, let's say you get a bunch of attack items and you're not finding things like Jin, you can still totally reasonably pivot into something else here. AKAWonder going to go ahead and pre-level going into it, and like you said, losing isn't really that big of a deal. So even though he doesn't have that win streak going on, we'll see if he's able to pick up something really meaningful. Usually on the 2 star carousel right now, it feels like
Hmm.
people are contesting Kog'Maw and Lucian the most because it helps them immediately start turning their losing streak into a winning streak. But there's
Yeah.
still some really good picks there if you look. I think that if you want like in this case, AK1 takes the Vanguard, it's totally fine. Shen is like a really great frontliner, and quite honestly, like I know you love Darius a lot. I think he's totally fine also to pick off the
Yeah.
carousel temporary holder. Like if you have blue buff and no item holder, just grab the 2 star Darius and put it on him.
Oh, totally agree. Yeah, I mean Darius at 2 stars can still be pretty decent in the early part of the mid game. Space Jam doesn't exist anymore, but it can be strong. I'm a little bit surprised to see that Kog'Maw not going out because that was a Kog'Maw with a Negatron cloak, and so that's something where you could just drop a bow on there, and it's Kog'Maw with Hurricane, which is a great hero item combination. So seeing that nobody actually went for that kind of makes me wonder if anyone is going Battlecast this game, and I kind of would doubt it at this point.
Yeah, I don't think that Battlecast is something that people commonly go for. I think that it's a bridge and transitionary thing. But the Kog'Maw is a very useful unit to do that if you end up going for.
Sure. Well, it looks like he is having a pretty easy time still these early rounds. Getting the 2 star Vanguard certainly does help with that. And the nice thing is that the bow isn't even the worst item on the Nautilus because that could always be something where you could turn a belt into a Zizarot portal on one of your frontliners that way. So that's even something that he can use if he decides to end up going, not Vanguard snipers, but going Astro snipers later on. Let's see what Salvyy's doing right now. Looks like he's got a little bit of a rebel start with the demo buff added in.
Yeah, I really like Rebels right now. I think that it's quickly climbing up my tier list, and I think it's probably not the best, but probably like one of the best comps that's kind of underplayed, relatively speaking.
Hmm.
Jinx carry at 2 star is extremely reliable still, and I feel like the part of the issue is that you can't really play Jinx 1. So what you really need to do is find that bridge and gap. I've only played a couple games today, and the one that I was able to get at first was through Rebels, and it feels like people are really sleeping on that comp right now.
Interesting. Did you have a really strong Aurelion Soul?
Not really. All I had was
Oh,
a Bramble vest on it, because
okay.
it was just like it came with the vest, and then I vest dropped, and I was like, I can either put another vest on somewhere else, or I can like complete the the Bramble vest on Aurelion Soul. So
Makes sense to me. Yeah.
that was all that happened, and in the end, it was just really powerful. I think part of it is that people feel like it's really expensive. When you get Rebels, you need to get Aurelion Sol, like you said, which is really powerful champion, even more powerful than almost any other unit that you can add to your comp. But getting Gangplank is also really nice still too, because he's uncontested. Generally speaking, it feels like a really effective, a really easy legendary to get to 2-star. But it is pretty
Yeah,
expensive.
for sure.
And if you're not like win streaking, you're often rolling down just to get Jinx 2, and that's a losing position. So I would say that if you do go for Rebels, you want to prioritize that early game win streak as much as you can.
Well, Salvyyy doing a pretty good job of that right now. 3 wins in a row. He's got great items for Gangplank specifically, I suppose, on that Rumble. But it's also something that could lead into mech items if he decides to go that direction. So we'll have to kind of wait and see what that ends up being. But either way, just simply it was strong start with a lot of good synergies. Demolitionist, Rebel, Infiltrator. That's great. It's going to definitely win you a lot of rounds.
Yeah, early game Rumble is still totally fine and serviceable as a unit. I think what's surprising is how much he's winning with no 2-stars. He ends up going
A little
instead
bit,
for
yeah.
an Alawi 2, and just because it's a little bit of a better unit. And the stun, while still totally fine and serviceable, I just want to play quality units. And,
Yeah.
having that battle cast is also kind of relevant for damage.
Makes sense because his other 2-star on this board is a Nocturne, and that is Battlecast, and Nocturne 2 is also just simply a strong unit in the early game. So yeah, why not lean into what strengths already exist? So makes a lot of sense, and he crushes BenVK from France. Wow, that was not close.
Yeah, looks like Ben is going for mech, and mech is something that also is on the back of your mind when you have early game Rumble and you're like holding all these different units. But
Mhm.
I don't think his item necessarily lend him. Actually, he does have a QSS. Well, he could go mech. It's something reasonable for
Yeah,
him to aim for if he needs to. If he's like really not hitting anything else, he could play mech.
that's what I was
But
kind of
I still
thinking.
think that
Yeah.
Salvyyy should still stay on the Rebels train, especially because he sees it's contested.
Well, he seems to want to, right? I mean, he's got the GA. Like the GA is okay on mech, but it's definitely much better on something like a Gangplank, like you were mentioning earlier. So I feel like that's his goal, but mech is really good right now. It's people are starting to kind of finally realize it. So where you've got 2 mech items in the Ionic Spark and the QSS, it's at least an option you want to keep open to yourself anyway.
Yeah, very
And
much so.
yeah, oh, looks like the win streak comes to an end against Shinopavels from France, getting revenge for his fellow Frenchman in the last round, I guess.
Yeah, and seems like Shinopavel is favoring more of a Darkstar Protector. So Team France going for Darkstar Protector and Mech, which is good. They really don't borrow many units. The only one that might be borrowed is Shaco, and you don't even really necessarily have to play Shaco in these mech builds anymore. You could totally just play any infiltrator and prioritize Victor and Cassiopeia
Yeah.
instead of say Karma and Shaco. But yeah, quick scouts over the lobby, and you start to see that there's some people kind of picking the lanes and sticking to it.
Yep, seems that way. AKAWonder from Spain on your screen right now. We were watching him a little bit earlier with his start. Thinking about that Vanguard Mystic kind of style of things. You can see he's got another Cassiopeia on his bench. Still hasn't found the 2-star yet, it looks like, and he's not quite going to be able to win this round. And in case you're curious, there's a player whose ID right now is showing as a 2221222222, and I believe that would actually be a Kuzma, just by process of elimination is who that looks like it ends up being. Kuzma from
Sure.
Portugal.
Oh wow! All right. So not only is a star cluster, we can get a really powerful
Oh
3-card
man,
carry. There's also 3-card carries with full items, including a Shojin, a Spear of Shojin, on an Ash, which is just crazy to think about because that is the best item
seriously.
that you would place on Ash. And if you're lacking direction and you're tan pop, you certainly have it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. Tanpop from Spain finding a pillar definitely that could support him through the mid game. We'll see what else he has later on, but we're gonna go and see what Shinopavels is up to right now. Checking in with France.
Yeah, so it looks like he's playing a double Shojin onto his Syndra. I don't think that's going
Huh.
to necessarily stay there long term. It looks like
Yeah,
he would rather use it as an opportunity to go for a fast 9 and place that onto units like Janna.
definitely.
And so even if he does end up staying on Star Guardians for a little bit of time, we could probably anticipate him playing Star Guardians until he can get to that fast 9.
Yeah, this looks like a level 9, like Protectors and Legends kind of direction where you just get the little Protector core to support your front line, and then you've got things like Xerath and Janna in the back, and whatever other legendaries you can put together. That said, the even though it's just a Syndra one with Shojins, it's not the greatest, but it'll be enough. You know, for now anyway, it'll be enough as he takes a chunk out of Ginger from Portugal there.
Yeah, Syndra is still totally fine as a mid-game carry. It's kind of interesting that, she's fallen off so much as like what people consider to be the penultimate
Hmm.
tier 3 carry, because I think most people consider Shaco as the ultimate carry right now, and sorry, tier 3 carry. And then you have like some contenders to the throne that might do well in the mid game, like Cassiopeia and Vayne.
Yeah,
But I mean, it pretty much for a while was Shaco and then Syndra as like 1B. Now it's like Syndra's like tier 3 carry. Like you really
yeah.
don't really want to necessarily prioritize her, and I find that so interesting.
Yeah, it's she just gets going too slow compared to a lot of the other carries in the game right now. People are kind of trying to work around that with like trying to run two Syndras, but it's hard to find two Syndras too. So we're probably just going to see her as a transitionary unit for a while now. Um, Going up against Kuzma, I believe, from Portugal right now. But we should talk a little bit about the matches coming into this one, where really Germany and Portugal are the countries to beat right now. They were pretty much head and shoulders ahead of everybody else in their games in the earlier stages of the tournament, and we'll see if they can keep it up. Germany obviously is a nation where they've already got a few pretty famous TFT players, but Portugal I think is one that maybe has surprised some people because they're not a country that's at the moment known quite as much for their TFT players. But I think after this tournament, that might certainly change.
Right? That's like the best part about all these nation wars within, these continents like
Yeah,
Europe. Largely because you get to see players who can really show up big, and you don't really get to see them commonly compete at high level. Maybe because just we haven't seen them, maybe they just haven't had many chances. But either way, really fun stuff. All right, so we
right.
go to stage number 4-1, and this is a really important moment in the game because a lot of people choose to roll down at 7 right now in the metagame, unless you are win streaking like really hard and that you're thinking about going to a fast state, or if your composition is so dependent on specific legendaries that you need to go for a fast state in order to have any kind of success. You can see a light roll down, some small replacements here and there, but in the end, nothing too crazy impressive from Shinopavels.
Yeah, he's in that position where his board is like, maybe strong enough to break even, I guess, right now, but he doesn't really have a ton of gold to roll down. So I think he's going to be having to sort of be satisfied with being in that sort of awkward transitionary phase between now and trying to get to 9 safely. There were
Mm.
some pretty big upgrades throughout the rest of the board. Sasa from Germany managed to find a Vayne too, which if he's going for that Cybernetics board, which you would imagine he would be with a Vayne too, that's a pretty big upgrade. We're going to go and take a look at Sasa right now, I believe.
Yeah, the best performer from last week we got a chance to sit down and talk to. He is doing very well also in this lobby alongside Salvyyy, Team Germany, position number 1 and 2. He's got a Cybernetics with Vayne 2, as you mentioned, but he doesn't have like the ideal Vayne items yet because he's playing a Darius at this stage of the game. Purely just because it looks like that's the only reliable 2-star unit frontline that he has, along with Blitzcrank. Everything else that's 2-star are backliners. That's really interesting to me.
One of the nice things though with sticking with the Darius, he's got decent items, of course, with the Onyx Spark, but he also gives you Mana Reaver with the Aurelia, and that's a synergy that generally people don't get access to until very late game Cybernetics when you get Aurelia and Thresh. But it's important not to forget that if you have that spot kind of more or less open on your board, Darius is not a bad addition. Mana Reaver is still a very strong synergy, and so being able to bring that into the mid game can certainly get you some round wins.
Very much so. Finds another Vine, needs to find essentially just Echo, and then he'll be done. He does have 6 Cybers if he wants to, just has to play the Leona in over, and he does end up making that swap.
Yeah.
And he can sell Darius, make that Infinity Edge / Last Whisper onto Vayne, and then transfer that Ionic Spark as well.
Ionic on Leona makes sense. I agree. I think Infinity Edge and GA are probably the direction to go, but he's just kind of waiting right now, seeing if maybe he needs those items. If you don't need those items to complete the round, you're going to carousel. So if you can wait one more round to complete it, that's probably a good idea. Although, looks like he's going to take a loss here. But that's still, that said, like, I don't mind him not completing these. I don't mind him waiting and seeing what he's got access to from the carousel.
Okay. I mean, I personally feel like when you're at that stage and you really do want to try and get those wins and apply pressure to everybody else and like keep your win streak going, but it
Sure.
seems like Sasa was figuring out exactly what you were saying. Like, can I wait and guarantee another glove? And if so, then how do I use these items? Because if he can get away with not using Last Whisper, he would prefer to. It's Last Whisper isn't a super great item. It's just that it's really important, especially if you see a lot of Vanguards in the lobby. But
Right.
if you don't have to build it, you really shouldn't. Something that I think I see a lot of players do is they just automatically jam Last Whisper, and sometimes the lobbies don't even dictate that.
Yeah, I think part of it too is that it looked like it was maybe a round he can win, but also he's still second in the lobby as far as HP goes. So he's got that health to spend as a resource as well to gain him advantages that this might have gained him. So he does find another gloves, so he could go Infinity Edge and Last Whisper now if he wanted to.
Right. Yeah, it
But
could go
yeah,
for Thieves Gloves too if he really feels like that's the best in slot items, but then he'd be stranding again like a couple of these items on Vayne. And,
yeah,
one of these units are 2-star and is often a defining carry in your comp. The other is nice to have as a secondary carry. So I would have to imagine Last Whisper and I gets jammed here, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
yeah. I think that's a safer direction to go. For sure. He could have gone for the like you mentioned, the Thieves Gloves on Aurelia and maybe just a Giant Slayer on Vayne, which would be okay, but without the Aurelia too, it's not as much of a strength boost as you kind of need at this stage in the game. Oh, this is so close, but yeah, the Lucian with the GA a little bit too much for Sasa.
Yeah, and Kuzma looks like he's still trying to find that Rebels transition. That you look at his bench, he has Aurelion Soul and Gangplank with 2 mercenary upgrades
Oh wow.
already on him.
Yeah. Oh, it's
So
a
it could
Gangplank for
be
Sasa.
intense. Yeah. Yeah, Gangplank doesn't really fit in the managed Cybernetics comps,
Not
but
really.
perhaps indicative of what might be a late game threat to expect as this game develops.
Yeah, on board with Tampop now from Spain. He's going for the Astro snipers build to yeah, he's pretty much going for it. A little bit of variations in that he's got some dark stars in there, 3 dark stars, which you don't see as often, but the Jarvan giving the attack speed boost to the Teemo and the Ashe. Oh, but the Ashe gets grabbed. It's the oldest trick in the book again. It's the Zephyr Blitzcrank grabbing the main carry for Tenpop, and that is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Tampop may just lose by a lot more because of that, or if he wins, he made it a lot closer than he needed to. But I don't know if he can win because it looks like he's at a damage.
Yeah,
That was really close.
it was closer than I thought it would be when his Ashe got grabbed. That's for sure. But he's got a second Ashe. So it was the Ashe with items that unfortunately was the victim of the Blitzcrank. Speaking of items, he's got one last chance to find different things to match with the double sword, double bow, which is a little bit awkward for this particular board. He's going to sell one of the Ashe just to free up some of the other stuff here. Interesting.
Yeah, the double bow, double sword immediately gets me thinking about, any kind of comp that can utilize Giant Slayer or Deathblade, and it's usually like a Jinx-based composition.
Mhm.
It doesn't seem particularly useful with that, but with an extra rod, now he can play Rageblade, for example, and try to combine that. Or if he ends up finding Jhin, he can go ahead and attach those bows and swords to him. And it looks like he does immediately get that Jhin. Very crucial for Tanpop here.
Yeah, and Jhin is definitely the second sniper that you're looking for if you end up with the 2 sniper variation of this. Rageblade on the Ashe makes a lot of sense. There's a couple different ways to build this late game. You can go for 4 snipers. You can go for more of a mystic package, which is what he's running right now. But we'll see. He's allowing himself the ability to stay flexible, which I think is the most important thing.
Yeah, four Dark Stars isn't a really common way to fill out your synergies. It's actually a little bit too glass cannon for my personal taste. I like actually just maybe teching in a little bit more frontline and 4 Vanguards, and you can see that the frontline held just barely long enough for this Ashe to be able to go off because he won by that one last Ashe unit. But for Tampop, he's gonna have to figure out a better transition as time goes on because that Bard, for example, is nice, but he's gonna need to find Gnar and a couple other ways to ensure that his carries are safe.
It seems like he's kind of just on the opposite side of being stable right now because he's got the Teemo, he's got decent items, but he lacks a blue buff. He doesn't have a Teemo too. Like you mentioned, this Dark Star variation is a little bit more fragile, but he's so close. Some very small changes to the board, and this could be one that could end up going top 4. He's going to run into Ginger from Portugal. Looks like.
Yeah, just need to survive, I think, this 1 or 2 rounds, and he can go to 9 and just play this recon for Celestial. Celestial is pretty important for Astro snipers because you really want to have units like Jin have, a big amount of rebound and health, and people like Teemo also heal a bunch with their damage. So with that Celestial, it does make your late game a lot less threatening.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll see. Down to 32 HP. It's getting a little bit scary now. He does find a Lulu, which is a nice mystic to have if you're going in that direction.
Right.
Yeah, definitely a replacement over the Bard. But the problem is he can't really take out the Bard right now unless he doesn't mind losing Astro. So it's a tricky situation because again, like the best version of this comp runs Gnar. Gnar is your third Astro because then you get another frontliner, which you kind of need. So he'd love to take that Bard out for the Lulu right now, but you just can't because you need the Astro. Oh man, and he runs into arguably a stronger version of the board he's trying to play.
Not arguable in my book, unfortunately, because there's 2-star Teemo, 2-star Jin, and a 2-star Gnar with an Ionic Spark. That is exactly the kind of comp that Tampop is looking for, so it's not a surprise to see him absolutely crushed. And Tampop might be in that situation that I'm sure all of us have experienced several times, which is you're so convinced that going to 9 is going to be your saving grace. I'm gonna play this 2-star Recon, gonna complete the Celestial synergies, and I'm finally gonna start winning. But realistically, what might happen here is that if he doesn't roll down or doesn't find Jin or Teemo 2-star, he's gonna get to 9, play his unit, and die anyways.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Because then you got to ask yourself, well, what does level 9 really get you? Is that one synergy going to make up for the lack of items, the lack of star level on some of your carries? And the answer is probably not. It probably won't make up enough difference. But you're kind of committed at this point. Like even if he rolls down, is he really all that likely to find the stuff he needs? This is a really tough moment in any game for a player at any level. Is do you go to 9 or do you roll down? He's going to 9. He's going for it.
He's committed. I mean, he's sort of committed to 9 because he hasn't been rolling at all. And if he hadn't been rolling at all and chose to roll now, he gave up a ton of HP and he'd be in a situation that's kind of desperate. In his mind, I think he feels like he needs to go to 9 and hope that he can survive just long enough so that way he can finally hit his 2 stars, which he does. He gets a Teemo that's so big with his last few remaining gold.
That was pretty good.
Find it.
Yeah, he found the Gnar as well. And even though it's a Gnar 1, he's got the GA. So that was actually a pretty decent roll down for him. But, can he turn this into winning? Can he turn this into stabilization in this lobby? And against that board, against a double Shojin's Janna, like, good luck, man. That's a strong board.
We saw Shinopavels going for exactly this kind of strategy. And, lo and behold, level to 9, lose anyways. It looks like Tampop might be one of the first players to exit this lobby unless Ben is racing him to beat him.
Yeah. And it's sometimes it comes down to just being one of those games, right? Where you feel like the game is leading you in a good direction. And so you kind of follow that trajectory. And then you end up being the person with the worst version of the comp you're trying to play in the lobby. And by the time you stabilize, it's just a little bit too late. And that kind of seems like the position that Tampop is in right now.
Right, and this is the part where it becomes like, did I try to force this comp too hard? Was there any other pivot options? Could I
Right.
instead have leaned more into a Celestial Protector build, which based off him having a 2-star Recon for almost an entire stage and not playing it, and having a Jarvan, I would argue that that was definitely something to consider.
It's a good
And
point.
maybe him hard forcing the Astro snipers from his spot, while of course he had the components to do so, he wasn't able to get to the 2-star version, which is ultimately where the power lies in this comp. If you get 1-star Teemo, 1-star Jin, you're never really going to amount to much.
Yeah. 10 pop out in 8th, unfortunately for him. But I think you raised a really good point, because there's a moment in the game where you have to start thinking, all right, well, I'm not really going to be going for top 4 anyway. What can I do now just to not get 8th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for 10 pop, it looks like he wasn't quite able to make that swap.
Yep. Speaking of the swap, we're going to go ahead and switch to Kuzma, who is win streaking in the lobby, and lo and behold, he's got the Rebels. I am loving it. I think Rebels
Interesting.
is, again, I'll say it again for people who are kind of still straggling right now. I think Rebels might be the best underplayed comp right now. If you kind of want to, if you're one of those players that really like to take uncontested lanes or like play in a less popular comp relative to its power level, this might be something to look at for today. Obviously, that might change in the next 24 hours. Maybe all of a
Yeah.
sudden everyone catches on to it, but like every time I've seen Rebels perform, it's been very impressive.
I think Rebels are one of those things too, where it's like you really need to be good at planning in advance if you're gonna be successful late game with Rebels, right? At least that's what I feel like. I feel like whenever I try to play Rebels, I get to the late game and I'm like, oh man, I should have gotten this thing way earlier. I should have put this item here way earlier.
Right.
And so it's one of those things where it's like you have to really keep the late game in mind a little bit more, I think, than some other comps. But he's got a great comp. I mean, he's got the Gangplank 2 with good items. There's a Shaco with the double Bloodthirster, but I don't know if it's going to be able to survive all this. We'll see. That is a strong Shaco though from Salvyyy.
Yeah, the problem is that there's a lot of CC because there's
Yeah.
not just the Rebels, but there's also the Brawlers. And, you could totally hybridize this build, kind of what Kuzma's doing, which is like 4 Rebels, 4 Brawlers. Not really common to see, people really prioritize Rebels over the Brawlers right now, which is why I feel like it's really easy to get it. But Gnar and Gangplank are totally fine as frontliners. And Jinx is still a very serviceable carry. The one problem is if Jinx constantly gets chain CC'd. So I do like this third defensive item that Kuzma has onto Jinx with the Trap Claw. I think that or QSS is also climbing up in my tier list because I used to itemize triple offensive Jinx items. Now
Mhm.
I think I really need to get those defensive items too.
It's getting to be the point where the crowd control and the infiltrators, especially Shaco, are starting to be a little bit of a problem. So yeah, I definitely hear that. His GP
Wow.
though did a lot of damage, and that Gnar is such a great follow up. One of the things that Rebels kind of suffered from, I think, in a while back, was that if Gangplank wasn't just totally annihilating the enemy team and like causing Jinx to be able to get her resets going, you would crumble pretty quickly. So I do like this variation because when Gangplank is done doing his stuff, that's right about the time where Gnar is going to activate. So you really do keep their front line and a good portion of their team locked up for a lot of this. I like this board a lot.
Yeah, and you can see that Kuzma still looks uncontested right now going into the middle of stage 3. Salsa Salvyyy and Shinopavels. So 2 players from Germany in the top 4. So they ultimately will be coming out ahead no matter how this ends up shaking out. But, you got to say that Kuzma looks very likely to close out this lobby in a top 2 position at least.
Oh yeah, his board looks great. Props though to Germany again for just having a strong result no matter what. It was Sasa and Salvyyy that had some of the most dominant days of TFT that we've seen yet in this tournament. So not surprising to come back and look at them be strong. Shinopavels though able to actually take down the Rebels here. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, this is suddenly
There.
a much closer lobby than it was a moment ago. Salvyyy out in 4th.
Yeah, Xerath is pretty powerful when you can give
Yep.
him time. I believe Mort was saying he's still the highest DPS output in the game just from one unit, and it makes sense. I think it just defines what Glass Can should be. If you can protect
Right.
Xerath, he will carry you. But if you can't protect him, then he's pretty much Bard status.
Yeah, but without the meep, so it's even worse.
That's right.
At least Bard gives you those meeps. I'm just gonna call him Bob from now on. Oh, Aurelion Soul 2. That is not bad at
Oh,
all. Holy cow! What a huge
yeah.
amount of upgrades he just hit. The Echo 2, do you drop down to 3 brawlers for this? I suppose for an Echo 2, that's not bad.
Yes, I think the brawler giving that extra health is cool, but let's think about what really matters here. Xerath and all these other like giant carries in the late game doesn't care about your extra 350 health on your brawler, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter much. But like Echo, for example, when he's able to apply big debuffs and get to the back line and really disrupt things like your enemy's Teemos and whatnot, it's a really powerful unit, even if it's not necessarily relevant against those units at this moment.
Well, that was a closer round, but it just didn't work out very well. The Blitzcrank got blown up right away because it ended up hitting the carry with the Trap Claw after it Zephyr'd the corner character,
Right.
and everything else got blown up pretty fast. So Rebels starting to struggle a little bit, but it
Yeah.
is
I
still
mean,
top
sometimes
two.
that happens. Sometimes it
Yeah,
happens. Struggling in top two for
I was gonna
sure.
say, yeah, it's a
Suffering from success. I
top
think
two
that the
struggling to hit one, I guess.
Yeah, if I were to be extremely picky about stuff, I think that like you have to position a little bit cleaner just to make sure that like Gangplank's getting the right ults, and that way, the Nars position well. I think that
Uh
oh
oh,
gosh, doesn't even know where he wants to place his Zephyr.
he
Cosmo was
didn't
so
even
obsessed
place
with
it.
the Zephyr positioning that he kind of like missed the forest for the trees, and looks like he gets a nice Gangplank ult off. Is that enough to
Well,
potentially
it
turn
might
his
be
spin around?
okay. Oh, Caitlyn. Oh wow. That was a very close round, but the Aurelion Soul carrying him through in the end, and he's got another Zephyr. So now he's got to make sure to place at least one of these,
Right.
at least one.
Yeah, I would also like to explore possibilities of like, what can we do with this extra unit on our board here? Usually the ninth unit's very flex. You can see she chose to go for, or Kuzma chose to go for a 2-star Echo.
Mhm.
But I think Thresh is also very valuable against Cybernetics in particular because it gets you could get beefy minions in the way, so that way Vayne doesn't just single target take down Gnar before he's able to even to cast meaningfully.
For
So
sure.
things like that are kind of important in this final moments.
So finds Vi 2. He took that out to put in the Echo earlier, so I wouldn't imagine that's going to go back in. But this Thresh, I wonder. It's only a Thresh 1 though. Yeah, he's got to think about positioning as well. It's one of those rounds where there's a lot to think about right now. If you're Kuzma, you have to think about like where you're going to Zephyr. You have to think about where you're going to place things. Do you want to try to find a Thresh 2? I'm going to stick with the Echo 2 instead. And all right. So he does get both Zephyrs down, which could end up being very
Yeah,
big. I think he did hit that vein.
that's huge. And like the most important thing is how protected is Jinx. Jinx gets a reset by the time Echo even falls, which is
That's it.
massive. And this should be an easy wipe for Kuzma. The second Zephyr just being too devastating when it hits both of Sasa's carries, and
Yeah.
Rebels able to take it home. Number one.
Well, that's huge because you talk about the top two countries from the first couple weeks of the competition. It was Portugal and Germany. And you look at our very first game today, two players from Germany in the top four, and a Portuguese player wins the lobby. So if the first game, again, small sample size, but if the first game is any indication, the two top nations so far in this tournament have not lost any steps since the last time we've seen them play.
Yeah, that's right. So, with that, we can take a look at the standings. And it does seem that Germany has that early lead, but Kuzma definitely doing his part for Portugal. And Ginger not too far behind in fifth place. So, Portugal and Germany
Yeah.
having a really good first lobby here.
Yep, that's right. And remember, there's 2 days of play between these four countries. So no matter how good one of the nations does today, their other two players tomorrow are still going to need to keep it up. So, but we'll see. It's a great start again. Like you mentioned for Germany and Portugal, I would say, kind of expected coming into this.
Very much so. And on the other side, France pairing together a pretty okay run, third and sixth place, just very in the middle, right? 10 points is the average you hope to hit because that means
Sure.
that both teammates are around the same kind of the ends of the spectrum. So if you get like second and seventh, around that you get 10 points. Fourth and fifth, third and sixth is around that average. But Spain definitely needs to figure out a way to pick it up. Seventh and eighth place, that ain't cutting it.
Yep, not yet. Let's talk about the end of that last game, because it's interesting to me, with all the talk about what's strong in this meta right now. We had a lobby where it was Rebels and Cybernetics that took the top 2 spots. So I think it just goes to show that 10.15 is really, really open right now as far as what the best comps are. And there's so many little variations and splashes you can do in synergies at the moment that I think we're going to see a huge variety of top 2s today.
Yeah, I think that it just shows that the meta is pretty open, right? People have largely accepted that 10.15 is a very good patch in terms of diversity of the metagame. It can be
Seems
a
that
little
way,
bit
yeah.
hard to wrap your head around because it does feel like even if you're uncontested, you don't exactly land a lot of the times. But what's good is that there seems to be more pivot options than before. If you like
Right.
committed to a certain item path and you end up finding the wrong champions, there's still like alternatives that you can do and transition away. And I think that 10.15 is probably my favorite patch so far in the mid-set expansion, even if it's not necessarily the best patch I am personally at it.
I'd agree. I think it's fun to just have a lot of different options each game, and I am finally starting to win lobbies again. So I like it for that reason too, because I didn't win any lobbies in 10.14. So it's nice to see the game going that direction for me on a personal level as well. But I think it's going to be really, really neat to see this develop, because it does seem like a very open patch, and it does seem to kind of fulfill the promise, I guess, of the changes that were put forth in 3.5, which is where basically you were supposed to have a lot of options to flex. A big part of that because they changed the way again that you can sell units, how much gold you get back. You get back more now. And so that does incentivize you to just keep yourself open to making some bigger pivots in the mid game than you would have been able to previously. And I think we're seeing that. I think that's coming true. So it's neat to see sort of that philosophy kind of come to fruition a little bit in this patch now.
Yeah, I think so. And if you look at kind of the standings and how it's shaking out, I think we'll see if people choose to stay on these compositions and these transitions, because
Mhm.
I think Cybernetics and Rebels aren't comps that you can force hard every single time. It's just that when you do get it, it seems to be working really well. So it's like a good tool to keep in your kit. So that
Yeah.
way, when the time calls for it, you can go ahead and whip it out. But the problem is that like if you just like try to force it every single time, you're gonna have some all over the place results. You're gonna have sometimes where you get like bottom two, and you're like having the same exact setup, right? You're like, oh, I have like this
Yeah.
early IE Last Whisper. I should be able to play Cybernetics, and then you just like get sixth, even though the previous game almost the exact same conditions you got at first place. And I think that's a really important thing to know about the meta game. Just because you get exactly what you think you need, you want, you have to be able to read the lobby and understand how to transition safely. You can't just automatically slam it and think that you're going to go easy through the mid game.
Yeah, for sure. You really need to be aware every game of what the other boards in your lobby are, what your economic situation is when you're hitting stuff. Just because you get a 2-star vein, there's a big difference in terms of your board strength if you hit that 2-star vein early on or, late, right? That's gonna be huge. And it might make you, if you're not hitting it early, you might want to make a change. So we'll see. Since we got a moment, shout out to juke.gg for sponsoring the Giant Slayer European Cup. They are awesome. Go to juke.gg/TFT. If you haven't already, you can find all the player POVs there. But we're happy if you stay here with us too. That pleases us too.
That's right. Big shout out to Juked and other people that's really trying to support these community events. As we've been trying to piece things together, very similar to how a lot of times we're just kind of getting by in a game of TFT so that you can get to that sweet, sweet late game where it's
Yeah,
the promised land of legendaries and Janitus. But
exactly.
that's kind of what we're doing right now without spectator mode. We're just trying to keep it together
Yeah,
until we get that sweet late game of spectator mode.
people don't realize like how much effort goes into actually putting together a TFT broadcast right now. It's something else for sure. We are cobbling it together because we love the game so much. and hopefully you enjoy it. On board with Sasa now as we go into game number 2. It is a super dense galaxy. It is a force of nature galaxy. So that'll be interesting as far as see what comps people go for. It does allow you to get some of those synergies that can be very strong online a little bit earlier. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I think that with Super Dense Galaxy, it does end up favoring some of the top comps already. Astro Snipers seems to get a big jump on this because you don't need to go to 9 anymore in order to get like really powerful synergies. And I also think that a lot of comps like Vanguard Mystics gets better too because then they can get the 4th Vanguard and the 4th Mystic or play 6 Vanguards a lot quicker at level 7, and they don't necessarily need those legendaries in order to hit those synergies.
Yeah, I'd agree. Things like even things like Battlecast can theoretically come online a little bit stronger. You can go for that sort of 4 Battlecast mid game to transition to something else and utilize that a little bit earlier than you would normally be able to, providing you hit the 4 Battlecasts, of course. But it can be good. So a Yasuo keep actually by Sasa. That's kind of interesting. Talking about big synergies that can come online faster. 6 Blade Masters can certainly be one of those as well. And Master Yi has kind of come back up again in terms of a relevant 3-cost carry in the meta.
Yeah, I think that this looks like an early attempt at playing Bang Bros. And I don't know if that ends up being a good call or maybe he's just kind of playing it because that's the units he got early on.
Sure.
But it is a comp that I still think at its top end, meaning that if you can get the ideal setup of like mastery with the right items versus other comps that play, Vanguard Mystics or Astro Snipers or even Rebels, right? I still
Yeah.
think the Master E3 carry compositions are some of, if not like top 2, top 3 power level in the game. The problem is just getting there. It's just so hard.
It's
So
it's
I'd love
very
to see more of it.
Yeah, I think it's a neat build. It's very item specific, which makes it difficult to go for. But Sasa, recognizing that he at least has a strong rebel start. And you can bet he's thinking about Master Yi items. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any of them right there. You need another bow. You need another chain vest because you want like Bramble vest. You want RFC maybe something like that. Just gonna go ahead and put the bow on Master Yi just to buff him up a little bit anyway.
Yeah, right now with the red buff opportunity, it does seem like it's better for him to not hard commit to it. Mastery
Oh
really
yeah,
does want a lot of rods in the beginning, like Death Cap and Ginsu's Rage Blade. It's just pretty much rods and bows is like what you want with Mastery. But
yeah.
he still could use defensive items if you really want to.
Well, I think the one of the interesting issues with the having the red buff and not using it right now is that he doesn't really have a good user for the red buff because you wouldn't really want to put it on Graves, I guess. But if I were him, I would definitely be kind of like hoping that I run across like an early Kog'Maw, an early Lucian, because that would definitely be a stronger board than what he's using right now. But if you're losing, at this point, maybe you just kind of commit to the loss streak, and he may be doing that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, one Kog'Maw unlocks a lot of stuff because then
Sure
he has
does.
Ruin's Hurricane and red buff.
Yeah, good point.
He could just play like blasters until he either finds more battle cast or he can play that comp until he finds Jinx and just kind of commit to the brawler blaster / rebels comp.
I honestly didn't even think about that, but yeah, you're right. He would have the Runin's Hurricane as well, so Kog'Maw would be insanely powerful because those two items are great on him.
Right. And he's got some good foundation for it. He's got a Graves pair, he's got an
Yeah.
Alawi, he's got a Nocturne pair. So that's almost certainly what he's thinking about as he heads into 2,
Oh,
3.
well, there's all right. Well, there's your Graves. So you may even think about swapping into Space Pirates now because you find the Darius as well. I wonder.
Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
I agree. It lets you sell things like Mastery and Shen, like just
Yeah.
to kind of get out of that Blade Master. It's 5 gold early on, lets you make gold. I don't think we're going to
Wow.
be necessarily doing anything that. Oh, okay. Looks like he does
He's
end up.
not going for it. Yeah. Huh. Interesting.
Okay.
That's interesting. Because he getting the brawler buff in there, makes this board smarter or stronger rather. But I'd have to imagine Sasa is kind of just looking at playing out this loss streak now, because I would imagine that a Graves 2 would be able to make that board a little bit stronger. But that's interesting. I think a lot of it goes back to, again, not having that second blaster.
Yeah, I also think that there's a strong possibility, and this is just a complete guess because I don't have his stream pulled up, but Salvyyy has shown that he likes playing that comp in the previous game, and maybe he doesn't want to contest
Right.
it. And that's like a completely reasonable like possibility. And the irony, of course, that if he does end up playing a Master E comp, he's going to take some champions that bleed over, so it might not even necessarily be the ideal way to go about it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, too, is that we have to keep in mind this whole time that there are 2 players from each team in the lobby, and so you don't want to overlap compositions. And when we excuse me, when we talked to one of the players last week, one of the things they were saying is that they approached the games with the perspective that, all right, I'm going to look to go for these 2 comps, and you're going to look to go for those 2 comps, and we'll pivot if we need to, but we kind of have that basic game plan. So that could be part of it as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. As Sasa did pick up that spatula, which makes me think more that he's leaning into the Blade Master composition because he'll turn that into a Blade of the Ruin King. In the meantime, hop on to BenVK, who has one of the better openings that you can ask for with Star Guardians. Interestingly enough, he has 3 Star Guardians with no sorcerers, which is not a really common early game that you see. But with those items onto Ahri, I mean, looks like he might not need much of a sorcerer buff, to be honest.
Yeah, Ahri can be such a good carry in the early game. I would say, and I think a lot of people would agree with me right now, that like Ahri is a better carry than Syndra at most points in the game if you're going to be having to choose between one of the 2. So this is just a great board that's going to turn into, Astro Snipers or Vanguard Mystic, or, maybe even something like Mech Sorcerer, right? This is going to be able to turn to a lot of good stuff. I'm surprised that was as close as it was. That the Ahri for Kuzma just in the back, just getting untouched for so long.
Yeah, it's an RE2 from Kuzma as well,
That
which
helps as
just goes
well.
to show you how powerful just Ahri is as an early game carry. Another thing to consider was that Kuzma had, I believe, a Titan's Resolve on his frontliner, which kind of strongly indicates with the RE2, and a QSS, strongly indicates that he is going for mech. So if Ben chooses to go for mech, he knows that he's going to be contested. But the good news, again, is that mech seems to be a composition that can support more than one player.
Kind of feels that way, which is weird to say because it didn't used to be that way. But it is now, because the reliance isn't quite as much there on the 3 stars as it used to be before. But just this combination of items, the Morellonomicon and the blue buff, is a pathway to a lot of strong stuff. So I think BenVK is going to feel pretty confident, kind of no matter how a lot of this early game goes, that he's going to be able to find something strong, to use this, whether that's early Cassiopeia or if he hits an early Teemo, that kind of like gives him that direction possibly. Oh, RE2, that's pretty big.
What?
That's
That
yeah,
is
he's
massive.
he's in great shape, I think, for the mid game now. Especially if he can add another sorcerer on, that'll be really nice. Which
Yeah,
he'll be able to
so
in a moment.
yeah, what ends up when you hit something like this, it means you don't have to roll anymore at 3-2. You
Yeah.
actually don't even have to roll anymore at stage 3, period. It means that you can actually save up your gold because you're going to at least be competitive on the board. You're probably not going to bleed like 8 to 10 HP for losing, 4 or 5 units every single round, which tends to happen in Super Dense Galaxy. And instead, you can just focus all your economy to go into fast 8. And I know that sounds really ridiculous because we're like a stage and a half away, but that's how powerful it is to find a 2-star carry early on like this, especially
Oh,
one of
wow.
Star Guardian Sorcerers, which tends to find their power spike early on at stage 3.
So replaces the Nico with a Syndra, which makes a lot of sense. Now he's able to work Chrono in, which is pretty good. He's got 2-star Vanguards. And because of the TF, now he's got Sorcerers. So this is just, it should be on paper a very strong composition in the mid game.
Yeah, like I said, I stand by what I said. I think that this should be able to get him to a fast 8 and figure out what he wants to do afterwards.
Right.
The thing is, if he wants to go for like Astro snipers of some kind, he pretty much has just gotten started. Like the only unit that might be relevant for that is Caitlyn. Everything else kind of eventually goes out. So in terms of like developing that tree, it's going to be a little bit of a time before he's able to get that.
Yeah, it's funny. Oh my gosh, this vein. Oh, that was really close. But it's funny because sometimes you can just kind of like ride this Ari carry all the way up to level 9 too, and then just start adding on legendaries, and you can just skip some of the more traditional comps altogether and just try to find that Xerath, try to go for some sorcerers. So we'll see. He's leaving himself open for Poppy 3, which would be interesting. It's unlikely that he's going to hit it, but the nice thing is that he can just sell one of those Poppy back for full value, so he'll be okay.
Yeah, this isn't really any kind of attempt to play Poppy 3. This is the game giving him 3 more poppies, and he doesn't
Hey,
have
you never
anything
know.
else really good to go. Yeah, you never know. But it's at the same time not something that he's like thinking about. Or I don't think he's gonna roll for anything. It's just more of a
Oh no, you wouldn't roll for
most
this.
likely gonna be yeah, just most likely gonna be selling that poppy, and I think it's good. A lot of times when people play like Vanguard Mystic, and they're like, okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna take out this third
oh,
Vanguard. Yeah, it looks like this Ash has popped off, and that's okay
chain
if he ends up
stuns.
losing.
Yep.
It's totally okay because again, like he's not losing by very much. But I see this happen a lot, which is people say like, "Oh, I have 3 Vanguards. I can take one of them out." But it's like they're taking out like another 2-star Vanguard just to complete like a really weak synergy like Dark Star that doesn't really matter very much in the early game.
Right.
And I think that's a big mistake that people end up making because they give up a ton of power. You can see that that second Poppy is great at stalling just long enough.
That's kind of one of the funny things that I think people struggle to learn early on when they're learning TFT is that it's totally okay to have two of the same unit on the board. You feel really compelled to be like, well, I've already got one of those. I don't need another one. But sometimes having two stars of the same thing can just be better, like you said, than some weaker synergies. So I like it. Anyway, we're swapping over to Salvyyy right now, who's got a little bit of Cybernetics, a little bit of Blade Master going, itemizing that Master Yi did not win the round against BenVK, but Salvyyy looking like he still kind of wants to go in a little bit of a Blade Master direction, just kind of based on the items I think I saw in the Master Yi before the round ended.
Interesting. I think he wants to lean more towards Cybers just because it seems really uncontested right now in the lobby, but I didn't get a really good glimpse on anything just yet, so
Yeah,
with
same.
reservation.
I saw some
Cybernetics,
items on Master Yi, so I was wondering if that was maybe the idea, but it's not like he can't pivot. He's not locked into either one right now. Although he does have better items on Vayne.
yeah, Cybernetics tends to excel onto Super Dex Galaxy because you can stretch the synergies and do a lot of stuff with it. You can go for the Blade Masters and the Chrono and
Oh, I just
even
totally didn't see what he had. Yeah, never mind. I just saw a Phantom Master Yi that wasn't there.
yeah, I wasn't sure. I saw Blade Masters, but I wasn't sure if I missed saw anything. But yeah,
Well, there
um,
you go.
for Cybers in particular too, don't forget that Force of Nature as an item also activates the Cybernetics buff that you get.
Right.
So having that extra Force of Nature makes you feel like you don't have to have something just for Fiora, either taking a component or a full item.
Yeah, it lets you combine an item when you might not have been able to otherwise. It is a little edge that Cybernetics get on this galaxy. Yeah, definitely leaning towards Cybernetics. No doubt about that. Pretty good item on the Vayne in terms of the Deathblade. If he can find like a cloak for Runins, that would be probably the strongest thing he could pair with that. Otherwise, Last Whisper is serviceable as well.
Yeah, Last Whisper doesn't have a ton of synergy with Deathblade. Is probably the only complaint that I have about those item combination. But like
Yeah,
you said,
that's why
like
it's
it's totally
serviceable.
serviceable. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not like super powerful. But I think that a lot of times you don't get to really pick in these kinds of lobbies where you have that kind of pressure. Funny enough, he does have that cloak onto the Leona, but I think he'd rather complete a Ionic Spark than to actually commit to selling that Leona and placing that cloak for a Ruined Hurricane.
Yeah, that's one of the things with playing Cybernetics too is that there'll be times where you'll have to replace a 2-star with a 1-star to just kind of move some items around. And Leona is one of those champions where you can get away with doing that in the late game. So really late, maybe he'll be able to do that. But yeah, for now, if he finds the rod, Ionic Spark may be better. Close round, but Cybernetics is going to take it.
Yeah, really interesting from Kuzma's side. I don't see any mech infiltrators on his side. Or sorry, not infiltrators, but just mech pilots. Instead, I see a lot of sorcerers on the bench, implying to me that either Kuzma is one, really unlucky and just hasn't found any of those champions whatsoever, despite looking for it. Or two, he might just play 6 sorcerer and make those items onto a different frontliner that we're not thinking about. So I'd be pretty intrigued. That's the line that he chooses to take. He's at 43 life though, so Kuzma is gonna have to figure out something soon.
He's gonna bring back the Reven 6 sorcerer. Just wait. This is the game where it comes back. I mean, I suppose that would be kind of a last resort if you couldn't find anything else. But I don't know if that would save you from 8th place, honestly, at this point. That build is pretty dead right now. All right, so that's a Zeke's or a number of other different things. What's he gonna build?
Yeah, so I think Giant Slayer is also a pretty important item on Vayne. And then you can make a Zephyr at the last second, so it makes sense to use it as such. But he still also has another item drop guarantee through the carousel, so maybe you can just hold off for that. For now, I think what's really important. Oh my gosh, an Aurelion Stole 2-star level 7 from
What?
AKAWonder. Salvyyy can't even believe it.
Wow.
It's queued up immediately against AKAWonder right after he got his power level spike. That is very unfortunate for Salvyyy. You can tell he's not happy.
That is crazy. Because how do you beat this? How do you beat an Aurelion Soul 2 at 4-1? That's amazing. Like it was a closer round than I expected it would be, but man, that hurts, and you can tell Salvyyy's not super happy about that. We're gonna see what Shinopavels is up to right now, but that's like a scene from a horror movie or something, right? Where it's like you think the characters just got away, and then like the monster just like breaks through the wall next to them or something like that.
Yeah,
Just when you thought it was safe.
I know. It's like those comic books, right? When it's AKAWonder and it's like it's Aurelion Soul 2 time. And they're like, no.
That's right.
Cowering in the darkness. Taking a look at what we have, it looks like Shinopavels has that 4 Celestial 4 Protectors, wants to go for a fast 9 if possible. Based off that, usually Celestial Protector is really powerful at this stage of the game to stay in it competitively, and then you can transition. But if I were to be quite honest, it looks like Shinopavels doesn't have a lot of items. He's got like a Frozen Heart on the Fizz, and I think he had an Ionic Spark. I didn't see anything else, which means that he doesn't actually have a lot of meaningful damage in his composition despite win streaking.
Yeah, going up against the Ashe with the double Runins and the Rage Play doesn't really do you any favors either, because if you don't get onto that Ashe right away, you'll just get chain CC'd forever. I guess he's got the RFC and the GA on the Shaco,
Okay,
so
yeah, Shaco.
that's it's good, but it doesn't. I don't know if that can quite carry you. You know what I mean? It's a little bit interesting to see it in this comp in particular. Obviously, Shaco can benefit from the 4 Celestial buff pretty well, I would imagine, but it's still not like a standard sort of way of approaching this mid game that you'd see a lot of times.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you bring it up, because I feel like Shaco is one of the best mid game carries. Oh my gosh, except when he gets Zephyred.
Even in a board like this?
Yes, especially like a board like this. I think this is actually the exact kind of composition that you would want to play. I think that there's a little bit of flexibility into it. One of the common variation that you actually see is that you don't actually play 4 Celestial. You actually play 4 Dark Star. And instead you take.
See that I like. Yeah.
Yeah, but like at its core though, it's still relatively the same, which you play 4 Protectors, and then you kind of splash in Shaco. This is the composition that, infamously from last weekend, we saw Soju tried to play. It's just that he never found the Shaco the entire time.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not super sold on it, but we'll see what Shinopavels is able to do. And yeah, that Soju game just like broke my heart. It's like watching him roll down all that gold, not finding a single one.
Yeah.
That was that was tough to watch.
Definitely, just one of the things that comes with the territory when you play a game like TFT. You're eventually going to low roll a game when it hurts the most.
Oh yeah.
Or if you're certain streamers or players, you think it's every game that you're low rolling. But yeah, find
You'd
some
like people to
Warmogs.
believe that anyway.
Yeah, very much so. Warmogs is not a trivial upgrade at all. This is really significant and might even be the key to unlocking Shino for the rest of stage 4 here. Um, the only thing again is that it doesn't seem like he particularly has powerful protectors. Like he has Shin Zhao at 2-star.
Right.
Everybody else kind of low impact. So he's gonna really that's why the Warmogs is really big because it gives Jarvan a lot more survivability off his cast. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Shinopavels now feel much more confident to go to 8 and eventually go to 9.
Yep. Quite possibly. It does give the Shaco a lot more time to do work, which is the other nice thing with that is that it's not gonna take as much heat. That said, the Shaco has been doing work. Finally does go down though, so not able to do enough work. BenVK does get the win. That was a France v France matchup, so neither one of them really wanted to run into that, but it's kind of inevitable.
Yeah, it looks like Shinopavels is going to slowly. Oh, actually, he's going to 8 right
Hmm.
now and finally get some replacements for his very weak units like his Zaya at 2-star. I think I would really still like to see him find a way to even improve his backline, or even
Yeah.
just maybe small things like position to Shaco to jump off the carries. Like I think the reason why he lost that fight was because his Shaco wasn't targeting the Ari or the Cassiopeia. And now he's going up against AKAWonder, who's going to be Zephyring one of his backliners. And AKAWonder looks very strong because he has both the Jinx 2 and the Aurelion Soul 2.
Yeah, for sure. And now the Aurelion Soul too is slowly trolling his way over to the back line. That mana drain, that damage is going to be pretty big. The Shaco too, though, doing work, and it looks like he's going to be able to grind through this Rebels composition. Actually, that was a lot more one sided than I thought it was going to be. But that is just the kind of win that Shinopavels wins needs right now.
Yes, the big difference is AKAWonder's at 93 life and clearly not rolling very much. And Shinopavels is in the 30s as we head into the end of stage 4.
Yeah, he just needed to like not lose HP anymore at this point. Looks like we're going to move over to see what Sasa is working on right now. And that is going to be Blade Masters. Okay, yeah. So he's got 6 Blade Masters online. Kind of the first 6 Blade Master build we really saw emerge in this meta a while ago, or since the 3.5 meta rather, was the Zed Blade Master, which is what he's doing. It's tried and true. It's pretty strong. So we'll see if he can use it to break into the top 4 because it looks like he's lost a lot of HP getting to this point.
Yeah, and he's still playing Master Yi 1. This doesn't look very promising.
Oh man, you're right. This deep into
He,
the game and not finding a Master Yi 2 after committing those items is devastating for Sasa. There's a Master Yi 2 finally. Yeah, it hurts to sell the Echo, but I think Fizz can be your second infiltrator with Zed. That's fine. And you need that Master Yi 2.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't even necessarily he's playing like a second Yasuo at 2-star. This is
Yeah.
looking pretty bad right now for Sasa. So I think he's kind of in a mode of maybe he's trying to salvage it and play for like a top 4 at best. And I mean, he might be able to get some wins, right? The Mastery 2 is a big deal of upgrade, but I don't even know if he can answer this Shaco.
I think the Fizz caused a whole bunch of problems too. I mean, it's got a frozen heart and it's got the blue buff, so it was casting a lot and it was slowing down all your Blade Masters, which if your Blade Masters get slowed down, then your composition does nothing basically. So that Fizz was just wreaking havoc with his ability to make this work.
Wow.
Finds the Yasuo 3 though. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's something anyway.
I
Not great
mean,
items.
he has Yasuo 3 with a BF sword.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
something. It's not amazing, but I mean, maybe we can make magic out of it. Another thing to consider was, it seems that Sasa really clearly loves having a shroud, but if he was able to be a little bit less aggressive with his shrouds and had the ability to make thieves clubs, I think that would have made this composition a lot more powerful. That being said, this Yasuo 3 and this Master E does end up mashing out well against Tanpop, so at least that's one player that he's getting a convincing win. If he lost after that, I think that'd be demoralizing.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned not building the shroud. Another thing that would have let him do is build a GA for Yasuo, which now that he's got Yasuo 3 especially would have been pretty strong. Finds the Aurelia, so you probably don't swap it yet. But if you hit 2-star, there's a chance to get that champion in there. It's going to be strong.
Yeah, so what you end up doing with Aurelia in these compositions is you end up playing Echo with it instead of Fizz, and then you have the 3 Cybers, and it gives you just a little bit extra anti-backline. And if you're like really fortunate, you can play an Infiltrator Talon onto Aurelia,
Right.
and then turn the Aurelia Echo into anti-backline while Yi and Yasuo handle the front line. But I mean, it just feels like this composition, without having like that Master Yi at 3 stars, is destined to fall off. It does seem like he's doing a good job hanging in there for now, though.
Oh, close.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, Ginger, very lucky that he was able to take it down to the very last unit. Ginger at 2 HP, but if that fight had gone just a little bit worse, he would be out.
Yeah, and kind of an interesting tale of the tape here, as Ginger and Kuzma, both Portuguese players, both with a combined 6 hit points.
Yeah.
And it might be one of those situations where Portugal did such a good job coming in number 2 total for lobby number 1. They might be holding hands in 7th and 8th here.
Well, that'd be pretty rough, and I think that would probably be Portugal's worst finish as a nation in the tournament yet, finishing bottom 2. It's literally impossible to finish worse than that, and we know they haven't, so that would be pretty bad. But we'll see. Do you go for the Master Yi 3 at this point? I feel like you have to at least pick them up if you see them.
I'm tempted to get a Master Yi 2, replace it, and give these items to Yasuo. That's what I'm like tempted to do, or like do something like that. I don't know if like Master Yi 3 is like a reasonable expectation versus like trying to salvage like 4th place. Like 4th or 5th place seems completely doable here for Sasa. I don't think we can get number 1. Especially, based off the way people are getting more powerful. For all intents and purposes, this is the strongest that Sasa will ever get right now for the next like stage. Like, how else does he get stronger? Aurelia 2? Maybe. That seems just as likely him getting Master Yi 2 at such low economy.
Yeah. It looks like that Vayne is going to be his undoing, though. Not enough damage to kill him, but it will send him down to 15 HP. I think you're right, though. I think you do kind of need to put all of your eggs into the Yasuo basket right now if you can. But it would just be nice. I mean, the thing is he's got no other real synergies to bring online by just swapping one of those fizzes out. He'd have to do something like hit the Echo, maybe go for 3 Cybers or something like that. But yeah, it's looking. It's a little bit rough right now, but he's right on the edge of being able to still top 4. And maybe he can. This board just might be simply strong enough. But he goes up against the Astral Snipers of BenVK from France. And that is a really strong Teemo too. Basically perfect items if you aren't going to count defensive items.
Yeah, his job is to, what he's hoping for is to just kill as many units as he can and survive this round. Because if he survives, chances are he might be able to even just squeeze out a 5th place just based off the health total of everybody else.
Oh, I don't know.
And looks like he should be able to survive. Yeah.
Yeah, and with Kuzma and Tanpop exiting in 6th and 7th, he does at least secure top 5. And with BenVK at 10 HP, if he wins his next round and BenVK loses his next round, it's possible. That's a 3-item cane. Oh boy, those are great items too.
Yeah, he's got some really powerful items that he can give. And I think there's a question of like whether or not you should give these items to just Yasuo straight up.
At least 2 of them.
USS could go on Master Yi, and then the other 2 items on Yasuo. You also could justify Zed, but Zed doesn't have nearly as much power. Just at being a 2-star. Usually Zed becomes insane when you start giving him the 3-star stuff and you give him that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I mean, It's like you said, where you've only got one 3-star right now. It's Yasuo. He's gonna roll down to see if he finds anything that might change his mind. But I think you put the Infinity Edge and the QSS on Yasuo, and I don't know. Is there a world where you go double runes on Yi, or you just put the runes on the other Yi? Oh, he finds an Aurelion Soul. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, the Aurelion Soul's like okay, but I think long term he really needs to figure out like what he wants to do with what champions and how. And I think that the itemization onto Yasuo makes sense given that he has a 3-star, so just utilize it while you can.
Yeah, he does end up putting the Infinity Edge on Zed, and Zed does not end up living very long. AKAWonder with the strong Rebels composition. Yasuo, looking solid, but Jinx and Aurelion Soul not going down. Sasa out in 5th.
Yeah, I think if that Infinity Edge went to another unit, he might have been marginally better, but in the
Maybe,
end, it
yeah.
didn't seem like Sasa was destined for anything besides 5th. And also, if you just look at his reaction on that PvE round at the end of stage 5, it looked like Sasa was just happy to be there. He was clapping like, yes, I survived, other people died. And that's the kind of things that you're happy about in TFT. It's not necessarily
Totally.
about going from a first every single game. I think Sasa turned like a 7th place into a 5th place with some pretty solid decision making.
In the
And
grand
I think
scheme
those
of
are some of
things.
the best.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I agree. I think it's something you need to think about on the ladder too, where if you can turn a 7th into a 5th, that's a win. I mean, you're not always going to be able to
Totally.
top 4 every game, and if you feel like you've taken what you found and done the absolute best you can still feel pretty good after that game.
Yeah, very much. Also, what feels really good is getting this Vayne 3. Salvyy's Vayne got pulled by the Blitzcrank off of that Zephyr play, and yet it still wasn't enough. Vayne at
Wow.
3 stars. Not something that you see very often, but super powerful when you can land it.
Absolutely. Salvy looking like he may be a shoe in to win the lobby, despite being in second place right now. He did just beat the lobby leader in AKAWonder. Shinopavels has a little bit of a Dark Star comp going on, it looks like, which is your basic stuff, throwing in things like the Fizz and the Ergot for the side synergies. Shaco 3
Yep,
for Shinopavels. All right,
that's
let's go.
huge. Shaco 3 is a really big deal because now Jinx and Aurelion Sol and all these other like carries that you really want to stay safe aren't really that safe.
Yeah.
He's going up against the Shaco 3 with the ideal items on paper. These are the 3 items that you usually want. And that Fizz is also going to do a lot of damage in the back line.
Yep. Jinx activates. Can she carry hard enough? I don't know. No, she just gets eaten. And Shinopavels takes the round against AKAWonder, and suddenly AKAWonder kind of looking like he's going to finish in third here. BenVK from France in second. So this was a good game for France. They've got a fourth place player. They've got both players in the top 4 no matter what. Shinopavels sitting in second right now. So a good round for France, regardless of how this ends. But I think the big story here is Salvy really wanting to finish first. After Sasa finished in 5th, if they can get a first and a 5th, that's still a good amount of points for Germany in game number 2.
Yeah, very much so. If Salvy ends up winning, then Germany ends up coming out ahead of every country guaranteed. Although AKAWonder kind of try to play that spoiler. He finds a Guardian Angel, which means that if he finds a Gangplank, he can easily swap that in. Actually, he doesn't have a Demolitionist, so that wouldn't be an easy
Right.
swap in. He's looking for Jinx 3. He found another Jinx 2. Also, I'm totally okay just playing another Jinx 2 over this Janna. I think that's totally reasonable and doubles your chances of getting Jinx reset and carry. And it's
I
not
agree
like the first
100%.
Jinx with red buff and Bloodthirster is anything particularly special as a carry, so might as well spread the love. Going up against Salvy's Ghosto, who looks really intimidating with 3 Giant Slayers. What?
That is it's a lot of extra damage. This Janna finally did get to cast, but the thing is, by the time she casted, there were so many people dead on AKAWonder's side that he didn't really get the benefit. So I am 100% in agreement with you that the Jinx 2, the second one, is probably going to be a little bit stronger overall. I get what he was doing with the Janna because it's got the GA and it's got the better chance to cast, but I just think you're not going to get the use out of that ultimate from Janna that you want. Trying to find the Jinx. Oh, there's another one. 2 Jinx, 1 Jinx away now. Sell the Janna. Sell the Janna. Sell the Janna.
I I think it's the right play. Like I understand the logic, which is Janna cast, which helps Jinx reset and everything like that. And on paper, it makes a lot of sense. It's just that one of those things where Janna doesn't even really cast.
Yeah.
We've been like watching her have low impact. And AKAWonder, his Thieves Gloves are pretty good. Trap Claw and Frozen Heart are very solid, but this is once again going against Salvyyy, who looks like he is ready to finish this lobby.
Like this time, the Janna casted when a few more people were alive, and so he did get a little bit more benefit out of that. It still did come kind
Nice.
of late. AKAWonder living, but and Janna still didn't cast until after she had died, so it is literally only the Guardian Angel that's enabling this. But I don't know. I still think it's not going to be as strong because like we've been seeing, she's just not casting early enough. But he went around, so I guess I can't tell him what's wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly how strategy games works.
Yep. If it works,
oriented thinking.
it works. At the end of the day, if a win is a win, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I would say that for AKAWonder, like he should definitely give a little bit more thought to this gangplank as well, because the stun
Oh,
is
there it
worth it.
is.
Finds Jinx 3. Is that going to be enough?
I wonder.
Now, theoretically, Shaco 3 versus Vayne 3 versus Jinx 3. If you go by the tier of all these carries, Jinx is the highest. She should be the best. But is that going to actually be the case there? These items aren't exactly the best in slot for Jinx.
She's the highest cost, at least. We'll see if she's going to be the best, because that is a strong Shaco coming in from Shinopavels. All right, Fizzult is definitely going to slow down the Jinx as well. Janna coming back. The Shaco is on the Janna. She gets one ultimate off before Shaco jumps away. Actually, Shaco taking a long time to kill this Jinx. GA popped, but no, it's not going to be enough. The rest of the team just melts, and looks like the Jinx wasn't quite endugh. And that is a double kill, actually. And I believe that Salvyyy is the no, it's who ended up winning that one? Salvyyy?
Shinopavels ended up getting the win, and
That was it. Yep.
you know, the 3-star Shaco comp that we see with the protectors ended up reigning supreme, and Shinopavels did a really good job getting to 9, which was kind of the strategy that we identified in the mid game. Also worth noting that Rebel Brawlers and the Cybernetics had another good game. 2 out of the top 3.
Yeah.
I do feel like AKAWonder in the end, when you get Jinx 3, the most important thing, you really don't need that Jet anymore at Jinx 3, in my opinion, because if she kills one unit, which is very likely to happen, she's going to get that major attack speed buff, and you just need to get her to reset. If she resets, she kills everything, even if she has like no items. So the key would be to get things like the Demolitionists with Gangplank to stun. But I think part of the issue was that if he got Gangplank, he would have to get, a Ziggs, and he didn't have Ziggs whatsoever. So I think that's probably why it lent himself into that decision-making process, because he clearly thought about it for a little bit of time.
Let's take a look at the scores so far after 2 games. We've got Salvyyy in second. A little bit difficult to read on our end of things, unfortunately.
First, Salvyyy in second, Kuzma in third, and 54 Sasa in top 4. 2 other players in the top 4 were German, and we have a Portuguese player and a French player at number 1. Shinopavels currently number 1 after a first and a third place. He is doing well. And Spain climbing out of that deficit, as AKAWonder did get that third place, which was huge. But Tanpop with an 8th and a 7th, not looking good.
Yeah. So we are tied in terms of nations right now. Germany and France tied at 26 points. Portugal close behind at 18. Spain, the nation that really needs to pick it up if they want to go into day 2 looking like they've got a shot to get to the finals. Only 12 points total for them after 2 games is really, really low. So we will see if they can improve from there. But a tight race right now between Germany and France.
Yeah, that's right. Really impressive from France to kind of make that big charge into that top 4. And Shinopavels getting that win was huge, so that they can get that point separation.
Yeah.
And overall, Shinopavels played pretty well in that mid game. We're kind of talking about how, we weren't sure if whether or not that Shaco would be enough, and Shaco very much is enough.
I would agree. Shaco is nearly always enough. Well, on that note, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the next few games here at the Giant Slayer European Cup semifinals. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will return after just a few. Welcome back, guys, to the Giant Slayer European Cup. DoA and Frodan here. 2 games down, 2 to go. And right now it is Germany and France tied for number 1. But we've got a lot of games left to go. 3 more today, 5 more tomorrow before we find out which 2 nations are going to face off in the finals later this week. But I think the most interesting thing so far that's kind of stood out to me, Frodan, is the compositions that have been taking the top spots in the lobbies.
Yeah, I think that the compositions have been like pleasantly surprising. We've been seeing Rebels do a lot better. I was telling you even in our pre-show before our call when officially went live that I was like, I'm really feeling Rebels right now. And it
Mm.
just so happened that Rebels seem to be popping up as a consistent top
Yeah,
two
you're the
comp,
oracle there.
winning lobbies. I mean, it could just be one of those things where like I just happened to play a little bit beforehand and saw someone play in one game, decided to try it myself, and both of those games it did really well. And so it does feel like the meta game is shifting a little bit towards that direction because people are ignoring Jinx. At the same time, you can't really replicate those results all the time.
Yeah.
AKAWonder had an Aurelion Soul 2 at level 7. Like, that just really doesn't happen in every game. So there is a little bit of luck involved, I would say.
Yeah, I wonder though where the compositions that are more Dark Star based are going. I feel like they're still there, but we haven't seen them be as successful. Things like Astro Snipers has been still strong. Like I think we had one in both top 4s so far, if I recall. Certainly at least one of them, but it is the composition that a lot of people are saying is like the best comp in the game at the moment. But that could be rapidly shifting. Again, that's something people said about that comp right when 3.5 launched as well, and that didn't end up being true for very long either. So we're still seeing the meta develop. And I'm just looking forward to moving to the next game because, like, each game we learn a little bit more about, where the meta is going, where the strength is kind of like shifting. And it always is a little bit of a rotating thing with TFT. Like you said, maybe Rebels are extra strong right now because people aren't focusing on Jinx. And so it can be easier sometimes to hit that Jinx too. Well, when people start trending back towards those comps, then suddenly Jinx becomes a little bit rarer and then that composition stock drops a little bit as well. So there's kind of like a circle of life thing going on with TFT comps as well, where things will kind of change in terms of priority on a given day.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting thing. Today's meta might not apply to tomorrow, so
Yeah.
we shall see as we go into lobby number 3, this time on the Galactic Armory.
All right. I love New Galactic Armory. I talked about this a little bit last week in some of the other games that we casted, but it's so much better now because you get your 3 item components. You wait to see what you get from the early neutral stuff, and then you have such a big variety of choice in a lot of cases. And wow, GA and gloves or Infinity Edge. So again, you probably shouldn't slam things right away, but those are a lot of good item components.
Yeah, these are really open-ended too. Like, and
Yeah.
you could go for GA. Actually, this might be a unique situation where all 3 components are completely justifiable in terms of what you want to slam. You
Yeah,
can go for
Shroud
GA,
too.
you can go for Shroud, you can go for Infinity Edge, and you can also just choose to hold all of them. So this is partially what Galactic Army should, in theory, be offering you,
Mhm.
which is options.
Yeah. And I would have to imagine that most players are going to wait and see what they get. Shinopavels has access to basically everything. He can even build like a red buff or something like that. So I think a lot of players are going to be looking at similar situations on their boards too. And it can almost be overwhelming in the early game on Galactic Armory right now, where you have so many different directions you can go. But I think the main thing is to just build the strongest items you can for the board that you've got, and then see where things go from there.
Yeah, very much so. These early game components that we see Shinopavels has are so open-ended. He can make Ionic Spark GA, and Trap Claw. He can make Shroud, Morello. He could just go ahead and play really open and wait for like a single tier and like try to play that kind of style with playing GA Ionic Spark. It's really open, and I think that's partially what makes, like you said, Galactic Army pretty intriguing right now because of how open direction they are. I would
Yeah,
say that the best of these items for early game are items like Ionic Spark and Infinity Edge because it
for
helps you
sure.
convincingly win fights in small skirmishes. So I would say that if you're interested in preserving your HP, that I would probably start from Ionic Spark and then work backwards from there.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best general all around item that you're going to be getting use out of in any comp you put together. I always tend to think towards Cybernetic on this particular map now, because or this particular galaxy rather, just because when you have extra item components, one of the ways Cybernetics gets really strong early on is if you get to have multiple completed items, because usually you don't get to do that when you're going for Cybernetics. But this is one of the things that one of the galaxies that allows you to do that in certain circumstances. So just a strong Jarvan, I guess, from Shinopavels.
Yeah,
Wow.
and this is the most like open that you could play
Yeah.
with it, which is jamming 3 defensive items. Ionic Spark. Ionic Spark is kind of a hybrid. It's not really a true defensive item. It's not really a true offensive item. It's somewhere in between.
Right.
But it's a very open style of play, and I like that from Chino Pablo.
Yeah, I would almost push Ionic Spark a little bit closer towards offensive item because it's damage focused. But the fact that it gives you a little bit of magic resist, it's something that you want up in the front line on a tank anyway. It feels like a defensive item. It's weird, but it's one of my favorite items in the set for sure.
Yeah, I
Wonder what
think
he's
they
gonna go
land
for
a good
here.
spot because historically, Ionic Spark has actually been very difficult to balance. There's been patches
Oh
where
yeah.
stacking Ionic Sparks was like the ideal thing to do, and then they played around with all the numbers, and it seems like it finally has gotten to a good spot. Speaking of defensive items, Tampop showing a full mech
Whew.
build onto a Rumble 2 with an Annie
Yep.
on the bench. I wonder what Tampop is trying to play for this game.
I mean, he might as well just type me mech in chat because that is a great set of mech items for sure. Now the question
Right.
is, if he doesn't find the mech pieces, then he'll have like a good tank and then question mark. So we'll see. We'll see what he ends up with. But yeah, that's definitely shouting me mech. The early
Yeah.
bard.
Oh, yes. So the issue with the early Bard is that Shinopavels is on a win streak. It's
Yeah.
only 2 battles. It's only 1 gold for now, so it's not the biggest of deals. But Bard is one of the most powerful champions to play on stage 2, just from his effect. And the point of win streaking is to get your gold started, and Bard directly translates his ability into gold generation. He studied up on alchemy, and he's really good at it. So I am always a big fan of slamming Bard in any composition, even if it destroys your synergies. It does seem like Sheena
Yeah.
Pavel is opting against it, though.
Well, the only thing that would give me pause, because normally I'm always like, yeah, play the bard too. But like the thing that would make me think twice about it is just the fact that you don't have any good items to put on the bard to make him better, you know? Because if your board gets too weak, then bard just dies and he doesn't give you any meeps. And I think that might be the situation that Shinopavels would find himself in. That said, he does have the Jarvan, so he is going to be giving that bard the attack speed boost. So maybe I would actually buy that there. That's interesting. To
Yeah,
buy the
not to
bard or
mention
not
that
to
he
buy the
also
bard is always the
had
question.
to Bard or not to Bard.
Right.
That is the question. The the thing is too that he also has Shaco in the shop, so you could have actually bought Shaco and Bard and pre-leveled, and
Yeah.
then put in Bard as the 5th unit, or put Shaco in as the 5th unit, and just kind of keep up that win streak. Either way, he lost, and he also another thing that's important too. He lost 4-0, which is basically the same as playing Bard anyways. You're not killing a single unit. So it's
Right.
one of those things where I think if Shino knew that was going to happen the way it was going to happen, he would very obviously pick up Bard and Shaco in hindsight. And also, oh wow, rewarded with that Ari pick. But like, he also had another opportunity to even double down. He could buy if he has APM quick enough, he can still buy those champions in pre-level.
True enough. We're going to see what Ginger is up to. Ginger from Portugal. And pretty strong board early on just by virtue of having a lot of 2 stars. He has some pretty great Vayne items, actually. And with the Leona 2 with the Ionic Spark, there's a couple of directions he could go, but I kind of wonder if he's thinking Cybernetics right now.
Yeah. What gave it away? Is it the Infinity Edge and Last Whisper
That was
and the
it,
Ionic
pretty
Spark?
much. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really, really powerful item combination. And that's part of the issue is when you look at these items and you say like, oh well, this looks like a good Cyber's opening. I get Last Whisper and Infinity Edge. The thing is, a lot of other people are going to be thinking the same thing as well. And so I feel bad for anybody that's trying to go for Cybernetics that isn't Ginger, because Ginger has such a big lead over them that it feels like it's going to be playing catch up. from whatever point of view that you end up looking at.
Yeah, for sure. Doing a little bit of scouting around, we have Wonder with the early Vanguard snipers. Oh, he's got the Vayne. And we'll see what else is out there. So just kind of keeping an eye on the other possible Cybernetics player. And he actually runs into AKAWonder next for his next game. But this still looks pretty winnable for Ginger.
5 units versus 4, but a lot of 2 stars versus 1 star.
Yeah.
So that should tell you about the quality of the units. Two 2 stars are worth about 3.5 1 stars just from like the fight perspective. But if you itemize them, it starts to change the math pretty dramatically. They start to win very hard, and so it's not surprised to see Ginger take the win there. I
Yep.
like this pre-level before 5 as well. This is something that is a small little micro decision, but could have big, profound impacts, especially if he just like spikes an early 4 cost or tier 4 unit. That's really impactful.
Yeah, it's those little advantages too that can start to become huge, in the game. Where if you're playing Cybernetics and you spike an early Aurelia or something like that, suddenly you can put together a win streak where you might not have otherwise. And so it's if you can afford it economically, it's always worth going for something like that.
Yeah, that's almost a lesson in life in general: quality over quantity, but only if you
Yeah,
can afford it.
that's true. Yep. Don't rack up too much debt on the old credit cards, of course.
That's right. That's something that we've found out very hard from TFT. Interest
Yeah, that's true.
stacks.
It does. In TFT, it stacks in your favor. In real life, sometimes not so much.
Yeah, very much so. Finds a red buff for Ginger, so if you find Lucian, he's in a good spot. Finds another Leona. Leona 3 is honestly, Leona 3 is pretty solid. It gives you the ability to stall out long enough for Vayne to get damage even as a 1 star. It's just about, whether or not he feels good enough to not have to roll, right? The big thing about
Sure.
Cybernetics right now is that you have 2 really big decisions to make, which is um, are you going to roll on 6 or are you going to roll on 7? And if you roll on 6, if you roll on 7 and people are rolling on 6, they grab all your units. It's going to be really hard to find Vayne 2 and that later on.
Hmm.
But if you roll on 6 and you don't hit, you lose the game. So there's a lot of tough decisions to be making, and you have to constantly scout. And of course, you got to weigh the risk and reward. And that's probably one of the most frustrating things about playing Cybers is that when it's contested, it feels so awful because I've seen so many people hit unreal things. They roll down, find Vayne 2 and Irelia 2 with like 30, 40 gold that they rolled at level
Yep.
6. And I'm like, how do you do that?
You hold the monkey's paw very firmly and you wish for the best. Sometimes it works out.
Right?
But I another thing he could do with this ionic spark as well is if he doesn't end up finding the Leona 2, he can always swap that ionic spark over to Vi 2 eventually. And that'll be because Vi is such a great holder of the ionic spark because she runs through the whole enemy team if you position her well. So if he doesn't find the Leona 3, that might be a good use of that.
Yeah, Vi with Ionic Spark is particularly effective because she will target backline carries a lot of times, and those
Right.
backline carries are going to be very vulnerable to Vi because she does actually a lot of damage with her ability. And the Ionic Spark reduces the magic resistance as well, so it amplifies it. And then Vi needs like what 2, 3 autos, and then she eventually kills the backline carry. So that's usually why it's really powerful. But until you get Vi to 2 star, I would probably say it's not super important to prioritize that very quickly.
Definitely. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do it until you have a worthy champion of putting in there instead.
Mhm.
You don't want to give up that much HP. But
Right.
Vi is just so great. If you have to position her well because she either doesn't do much or she's amazing, right? Because if her positioning isn't great, she'll run to somebody close by. She won't really disrupt anyone. Um, but if you do position her well, she's across from the carries. Then you're going to have situations where she's knocking, their whole team up and causing all this like crowd control to happen at the same time as getting back there and assaulting their carry.
All right. Well, he's going up against Tan Pop, who has that mech almost done. Annie 2 in Rumble, but no Fizz. And, a very similar position, which is like, does Tan Pop end up having to roll or probably stall out? Most likely going to go to 7 because if if you already have Annie 2 and Rumble, then Fizz is the unit that you're waiting for, and you're more likely to hit Fizz at 7 than you are 6. And you just gotta take your losses now while you can. Mech during stage 3 is great, but not absolutely needed. But you really need it for stage 4.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, we're going to go over to BenVK from France. France right now, a nation that's doing okay in this particular game, 3rd and 4th, respectively, right now. And yeah, it looks like just a little bit of just Vanguards to the front line and still Sorcerers for the damage for Ben right now.
Yeah, this is really open, but as long it's pretty much just waiting on the Cassiopeia. The
Pretty
4
much.
Vanguards with the Star Guardian Sorcerer, not really particularly impressive. But he finds a Jhin. He has a Teemo, and we kind of talked about that part of the reason why it's powerful to play this tree to get blue buff and Morello and GA Onyx Spark is because it's flexible to pivot directly into Vanguard Mystic. You can see Ben is weighing exactly that right now. He's thinking, what's the best way to go about this? Decides to go for another GA and forego it. He is committed to this Vanguard Mystic line.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. We've seen people play the Teemo Snipers build with 4 Vanguards as well, and just getting Astro later in the game when you can afford it. That might have been stronger right at the moment, but we'll see. He certainly does seem committed to the Vanguard Mystic build at this point, though.
Yeah, it could just be like the fundamentals aren't really there because he doesn't really have blue buff and he doesn't have Morello. He's actually just like halfway to both those points. Another Jhin. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is as well is that the items that he's built aren't items. He can't really itemize his Jhin, and you don't need to that much, but it's still nice, if you can get it like at least an IE on him or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like the game kind of was giving him an invitation to go snipers, and he turned it down. He tossed the invitation in the dumpster, and the game might be offended. You don't want to offend the game. Well, otherwise, you're never going to see another Cassiopeia again.
Yeah, don't anger the Mort Dog gods.
That's right. The machine spirits will be upset.
Careful about that. 3 Guardian Angels on this team, by the way, with the Shojin and a GA on that Thieves Gloves for the Mordekaiser, and that's going to be very hard to chew through. But at the same time, this is something that I wanted to actually talk about, which is an Ahri at 1 star is doing so much work that it's actually kind of blowing me away. And I think that it's a combination of the fact that he has Star Guardians, that he's kind of insistent on it because he's casting a lot, even with that 1 star Ahri, he's getting true damage. The second is that the Sorcerer buff with the Mordekaiser 2 is also doing a pretty good amount of damage as well. So I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Mord 2 is just individually extremely strong right now. I think he's one of the most underrated units of the game. He did get a little bit of buffs a patch or 2 ago. The other thing that I want to point out is that his Ahri positioning is really good, along with his tank positioning, because he has them kind of spread out across the front line. That means the people that he plays against are going to kind of spread out across the front line as well. And so that gives Ahri a really nice line to fire that orb down where she'll be able to get a lot of damage. As soon as we start talking about how great it is, it's time to swap, of course. He's going to go for, well, it's kind of like a Astro Vanguard Mystic hybrid build, I guess, right now. And I'm not opposed to this, I guess. It's something. It's probably stronger than what he had, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's amusing to me that, he keeps getting components for Astro snipers. Like he found 2 Jins, he found a Teemo, he found the Gnar. And, it's one of those things where like you're trying to resist temptation, right?
Sure.
And stay the course. But at the same time, the game's like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to? Hey, are you sure? And it's one of those difficult things where it's like, maybe I think he's more open to the Astro snipers because he's already found some of the hardest part, which is like the Astros pieced together. And I think the Vanguard Mystic line makes sense, but like he technically is like just as far along as developing the Cassiopeia as he is as developing the Astros part, because if he finds a single Teemo, he only has one Cassiopeia. They're about the same pace. Another Jin.
You could have had a Jin 2 by now. It's
The same Jin.
it's so hard to watch. Yeah, and again, like you can't blame him. It's not like I wouldn't say he's like quote unquote wrong, for doing what he's doing. Like he had a direction that he thought was the best direction to go and he went for that. But sometimes the shops just disagree, Sometimes the shops say, "Well, you should have gone for this build anyway." And that's kind of the position he's stuck in. But we're going to move on. We'll check in with him later. We're going to move over to Tenpop, who has gone mech, and we saw those mech items earlier. Well, he's found it, and now he's going to be really strong, I think.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he's using Teemo as the Victor item holder, and I guess that works. I mean, either way, he just needs some kind of backline caster damage, and looks like he's going to be able to get this win potentially against Lucian. I think Lucian is great, but it's really hard for him to 1v3 in this scenario. Oh, wait, am I wrong?
Wow, that was close.
Wow.
That was very close.
Super close.
Rumble 2. All right. He does need to find some upgrades. Finding the Victor would be pretty nice as well. Like you mentioned, Teemo holding onto those items for the moment. And down to 38 HP. So Tenpop had a rough game last round. And so we'll see if he's able to bring it back around this time. But he's kind of starting from a difficult position. Goes
yeah. Finally has a sword. He's been holding on to 7 Annies, and it looks like that was something that I was thinking about. Like, can I go for these 3-star carries? But finally has like pretty good synergies. If anything, he's just kind of under leveled at the moment, but that's totally fine because mech doesn't really commonly go to 8 super quickly. So we'll see how he ends up. Oh my gosh! Actually, I'm starting to realize the Shaco items are
I
ridiculous.
just was gonna say, amazing Shaco items out of the Thieves' Gloves there.
Hmm.
That certainly helped a lot in that round.
Yeah, and I think that if he can go to 8 and get the Mystics in, he'll be sitting pretty.
Yep, probably. So he gets the death cap now, because he's already got the other rod on the Syndra, as we can see. Yeah, he just really could use, that Victor, or, I'd even take an Ahri over the Syndra, honestly.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of just important for him to get some kind of AP damage. Part of the reason why the Sorcerer works really well, not just from the 20% spell power that you get, but also because you get the ability to clean up stuff with the mech. The mech is really good at stunning and doing a big AoE damage source, but it usually leaves a bunch of units at like the 1/3 to 1/4 health range, and that's where Victor and his big AoE sweep comes in. So in that sense, I do agree with you. I think Ahri is actually a better carry for the mech as a sorcerer because she will deal more consistent AoE spread versus Syndra requires 2 to 3 casts in order to be countersub as AoE, which really she's not. Syndra is more like a single target damage that sometimes splashes others.
And she's slow. Like, she just gets rolling so slowly that you're just not going to get a lot of benefit. Like, just watch Syndra in this fight. She'll get a little bit of attack speed from Karma here, but tiny bit of damage on one of the frontliners. Does allow the mech to finish it off. But you can see she didn't do a whole lot of work overall this round. And you look at a stronger board than this that he's going to be running into later, and that Syndra's not going to help him out too much. So it's not bad right now. It's good to at least have the Sorcerer buff. That's the most important thing. But I think he's going to be swapping that Syndra out as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, interesting enough too that he doesn't even think twice about the Lulu. I think that's worth talking about. Lulu is one of the best units in the game, right? Like just from her ability perspective, and yet when you're talking about putting in a second Mystic, you'd rather have Soraka. And part of it is just that you need that survivability, and getting Soraka to 2-star right now seems to be a much higher priority than playing a Lulu 1, which I find particularly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now it'd be hard to fit it into the composition also, and that's just kind of 5 gold that's just sitting there on your bench that you don't know if you're ever going to really be able to use. Man, this mech is looking strong, though. It's just so tanky.
Yeah, and this is the time where like Mech really shines, which is in stage
Yeah.
4, and before people can get to Jin to 2-star reliably, right? Ginger has the comp that should counter Mechs, but he doesn't have the power behind it yet. He's got like the foundation, and
Yep.
so win streaking for Tampop is a really good sign, and he's gonna have to find a way to transition it very nicely. Once he hits 8 and puts in Soraka, is he going to be able to keep up? He still has some good quality units, right? Shaco is still very good. Still has the mech 2 out of 3 units upgraded, but needs a little bit more if he wants to make it deep into this game.
Right. On board now with Salvyyy, who is going for that Cybernetics build. Still just a Vayne 1, which is kind of his Achilles heel at this point. He's got a strong board. He's got pretty much all the synergies you'd want to have in terms of the extra stuff like Chrono, Sniper, Vanguard, all that good stuff. But he really needs a 2-star Aurelia or a 2-star Vayne before he can start to look at a top finish in this lobby.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, right now Salvyyy just seems to be really consistent, right? He's just playing top 3, top 4,
Right.
second in both those lobbies so far. As a result, I don't think his intention was like, oh, Cyber's is going to win every lobby. Just more like, this is a really powerful strategy. He's very experienced on it. Salvyyy is like one of the best Cyber players, even dating to the very beginning of the expansion. And overall, seems like a very solid fundamental player. And Cybers is a good like test your fundamentals comp.
Yeah. Tampop picked up that Annie 3. We'll see how helpful that'll be for him. But I agree, and this is about the time in the game that you're going to start to fall off until you start hitting those 2 stars. So I'm curious to see if he's going to be forced to roll a little bit, because now is where things are going to start to get a little bit tougher, and you can see that coming into play already against his opponent here, Sasa.
Yeah, I think so.
So at least it's going to be close. Yeah, oh, he actually won that. Wow, that Vayne. I thought that Vayne was dead, but it escaped with like 0 HP and won in the fight. But that's perfect scenario, right? That's him and his teammate from Germany having a very, very close battle, so nobody takes a whole lot of damage. Sasa down at 10 HP, though, so it really is on. We talked about how Salvyyy is just trying to be consistent and be top 4. Well, in this scenario, when your teammate is looking at going out in 8th, now that does put a little bit more pressure onto you to try to go top 2, right? It's interesting.
Yeah, totally. I think that he's been trying to go to level 9, and that's often what Cybernetics is thinking about. And it does seem like he doesn't feel comfortable enough to just necessarily go to fast 9 directly because he doesn't have a unit to put in.
Yeah.
Also sees a couple of other cyber boards, which is kind of scary because when you start seeing other cyber boards, you're thinking like, oh, am I ever going to find my Echo?
Right.
That's going to be a tough situation going into the game here. Again, that's one of the things that you have to think about when you go into Galactic Armory. Yes, you've correctly identified what could be the best composition with these items, but so has half the other lobby.
Yep. Tampop gets a big win with the mech, takes a huge chunk out of Salvyyy with that. And suddenly Tampop, a real threat, I would say, to go top 4 here. Salvyyy, though, just being patient, staying the course. Like, he's got the most HP in the lobby. But this is turning into a really, really tight lobby, actually. Across the board, aside from, Sasa down at 10, I suppose.
Yeah, we've seen this happen a lot, specifically even on this patch, where it does seem like more than half the lobby is within like like 1 or 2 fights of power in terms of
Right.
health. Like first to fifth is separated by like potentially one big fight. So it's a very tight lead, even though Salvyyy is ahead. He's not ahead by much, so he really has to be careful not to bleed too much HP. And he is going for a greedier approach, right? Because he is slow leveling to 9 instead of going for it super quickly.
Right. Going to take a loss from Ginger as well. So Salvyy's starting to drop a little bit. Just talking about lobbies that are close, though, I think that's a great sort of like side symptom of having a patch where there's a lot of different viable things, because then you're just going to have a lot of rounds where like one thing beats the other because it's just simply a better matchup, right? Where everything is similar in terms of strength. That's going to create a lot of tight lobbies, which is fun to watch. Stressful to play in, but fun to watch.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see lobbies where like from first to seventh is separated by like a dozen hit points, and then like you could be sitting second and then land seventh. That
Yeah.
happens actually kind of often on at high levels in this patch, assuming two players aren't just like blowing out the lobbies at like 80 HP while everyone else is 20 and below, because that
Right.
sometimes happens as well. And so I think like these kinds of finishes often really depend on what your big macro decision making is. Like Salvyyy goes to 9. Is this 9 going to pay off? Does he hit the units he's looking for?
Well, we'll see. He gets an Ash too, which is kind of a nice addition as far as crowd control goes. Gets Blade Master in there, which would help, but it would help more if he had the Aurelia 2, and he still hasn't found an Aurelia 2 or a Vayne 2. At least he gets the Echo, and he's got some pretty good items for the Echo in terms of 2-tier items with the 2 static shivs, but I don't think he's going to be super happy about where his board is overall right now. And oh, those Zephyrs are just perfect from his opponent. That is really annoying. He's not
Yeah,
looking bad though.
There's some hidden tax at level 9 when you're starting to do these big transitions, is that you're not focusing on your positioning while people who are playing at 8 are
Yeah.
focusing on transitioning. But Salvy's board quality is so high that he ends up getting the win anyways, which is a really good sign to show how powerful his fundamentals are as a player.
Yeah, playing a Ghost, but at least doesn't take any damage himself.
Yeah. I like the inclusion of Ash too as well. It's a pretty common thing to do at 9, but not something that you actually see people prioritize. And it seemed like he even went as far as selling his Irelia to his second copy of Irelia in order to get things like the Static Shiv onto the Echo and whatnot. So overall, like really cool small decisions here made by Salvyyy to help preserve that HP. And I think that's really honestly the difference maker between a top challenger player and a mid-level challenger player.
Yeah. Well, time to change boards again, and we will see what AKAWonder, I believe, is able to do here on his board. He's got Cybernetics going as well. So one Cybernetics board to another. Big difference is that it's a Vayne 2 and an Aurelia 2 for AKAWonder. So definitely hitting things a little bit better than Salvyyy this game.
Yeah, AKAWonder has like the traditional like late game that you would want to see. He has like Vayne with the 3 items that she is known to have best in slot for. But oh wow, that Ari
Close.
ability that kept going past Guardian Angel almost brought it back for Shinopavels. That was very tight.
Yeah. Oh, redemption from Kane. That's actually something that you're pretty happy seeing as a Cybernetics player. It's one of the better items that you
Oh my
can
God,
utilize.
that's
And
huge.
yeah, who'd you put it on here? I'd kind of be tempted to throw it on the Echo because it's got a tier on it and your Echo is just 1 star. But then again, that's not usually who you would throw the redemption on.
I think I would actually do something a little bit more elaborate and too fancy, which would cause me to lose battles just because I'm thinking about how cool and clever I am, which
I
is
know
to
what you're
buy
gonna
this Fiora
say.
1 and sell the other Fiora.
Yeah,
And then what you end up doing is you put the redemption on Fiora, because the concept of redemption is that you want that unit to die. So putting it on a 1-star Fiora is not really that big of a deal. Oh, yeah, you
yep.
wonder, pick up that gold, get that interest. Oh, missed
Bummer.
it.
Well,
So I would like that, and then that gives you the ability to cheese the Zephyr, which is like so important, right? Like that's like one of the most that's like one of those powerful things that you can do with that item.
yeah, very strong board though overall. Uh, my thing I would do to make myself lose from this position would be to uh, swap your Cybernetics up, sell the Lucian, get the Ludens onto the Echo somehow, and then find another 6th Cybernetic to put back in it. Oh, Thresh does bring in the Urgot too.
Yeah,
Pretty
Urgot 2
big.
is very nice because he gives you like a win condition for the battles the longer that they go on, because he keeps reducing the mana of it.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, just doesn't look like he has enough power to hold up to Salvyyy, and this is big damage coming down to AKAWonder, which is concerning because his opponent on paper is the weaker version of him. He's a 1-star Vayne. I don't think he hit a
Yeah.
2-star Aurelia.
Finally just hit the 2-star Vayne now, but I was kind of wondering. I kind of want to go back and watch that round now because I was like, oh, it's Salvyyy. He's got the weaker cyberboard, but then he wins, and I was like, oh, well, that's especially odd because you've got the Urgot getting pulled in and stuff. But we have our top 4 with Tanpop exiting in 5th. We've got Ginger, Salvyyy, AKAWonder, and Shinopavels in our top 4 for this particular lobby. So looks like one representative from each nation in the semifinals.
Right. Oh, wow. Nice Zephyr positioning to cut off Ginger's carries. This is excellent for AKAWonder. Well
Yeah,
done on that front. Is that enough? Did he stall long enough? The Urgot's finally getting online.
think so. Yep, takes a big chunk out of Ginger with that round. Urgot coming
Ginger
up clutch
going
as well.
for Jin 3, is that? He's like stacking Jins on his bench. That's
Hmm.
definitely concerning if he is able to get it for AKAWonder, but it's starting to get really close.
AKAWonder's starting to get heated there. He knows. He knows he's got a chance to maybe win this lobby, although Salvyyy just hitting the Echo too is going to make it
Yeah.
quite a bit more difficult now at this point. But maybe he can take second.
Yeah.
He's playing against I guess it'd be he played against Salvyyy next, or like the ghost of Ginger, maybe. Shinopavels died, so I guess it's random again, isn't it?
It's 50-50. So you
Yeah.
either play against either player or the ghost of the player you didn't face. The Echo 2 is a really big difference. Echo Diff is like a really big factor in Cybernetics battles, and I was probably going to say that was the big reason, perhaps, that AKAWonder lost that previous round, but he got the Zephyr at the last second onto that Echo, which is a really big deal. That being said, it wasn't even like Salvyyy was focused on that. It looks like Salvyyy was more positioned for Ginger,
It
and we'll
works.
wonder if Ginger ended up survive. Ginger beats Salvyyy. AKAWonder survives, and that's going to be still the same top 3 going to Carousel.
Oh, so now this gets really close at this point. And what's he gonna go for? It's a tough call. Blade of the Ruined King. Oh, interesting. So who would he make a Blade Master here? Because Vayne's got full items. You could make Echo a Blade
Echo,
Master, I guess, but I don't know. I'm surprised that he would pick that up over something like the Hand of Justice or something, or like a more traditional sort of like late game
yes,
carousel item for an Echo.
correct. Also, not buying the Lucian in the shop to give Luden's Echo to Luden's.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think there's like a lot. Like I think AKAWonder. This is a problem that I think I've seen him also experience in Hearthstone, where he was also a top level competitor. Is that
Mm.
he does sometimes like he understands big picture strategy really well, and he understands like fundamentally what he needs to be doing. And part of his strength is being able to recognize situations. But there's
Mhm.
been like times where like the smallest improvements drive me wild because it's like, oh, it feels like these are things that you should be able to do. That's what partially makes him a pretty good player is that he's not distracted by the small things. He's really worried about the big things.
Yeah, sometimes though it's those small things that can mean the difference between third and first, and in a lobby like that, that's absolutely true. AKAWonder
Right.
out in third, and not happy with that, obviously. But I feel like maybe he had a chance to make this board a little bit stronger with a different carousel choice, and like you said, moving some items around. But that said, at the end of the day, third place is still a strong finish for
Right.
AKAWonder. So you're going to get a good amount of points out of this after all.
Yeah, exactly. It's like AKAWonder, there's no doubt about his skill. He's a very skilled player. He's a top player in pretty much any game he sets his mind to. It's all about like whether or not he can make that jump from like an elite player to being the top player. And it always feels
Right.
like those small optimizations do end up making a difference over time. We don't know if that would actually make the difference for that battle specifically.
Well, Salvyyy versus Ginger, a battle for first place. This should be the last round of the game, and we'll have to see who takes it.
This
Things are
echo is
oh
so scary. A little bit of
suspense.
lag here coming from Ginger's scream. We don't know what's happening.
This is the echo
My
effect
internet.
affecting us too. He's freezing. He's freezing our world as well. It looks like Ginger won the lobby. Okay, there we go. A little bit tough to decipher at the end of it, but I believe that was Ginger the winner at the end of this one. Exciting.
All right. Well, not exactly the way we expected that to finish, but
Yeah.
looks like Echo 2 wasn't enough as Ginger was able to get that victory. Astro Sniper is showing off why it's a really powerful build.
Right. Let's take a look at the scores to see kind of where we're at so far in this lobby. And there you have it. Looks like Shinopavels on top with 23 points. Salvyyy close behind with 22. And then it's very, very tight. Only 1 point separates third from fifth. And then only 2 points separates fifth from sixth. So aside from Tanpop, as far as the individual points leaders go, it's still fairly wide open considering that we still have 2 more games to go.
Right. It's really more about, whether or not the countries can start to separate themselves. The battle was between France and Germany. And
Yeah,
right now, Shinopavels and Ben combined for 35 points from what it looks like. And
still tied.
Salvyyy and Sasa also combined for 35 because Sasa, despite Salvy's great performance, bombed out in eighth, I believe, that game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we still have a tie for number one in the lobby. Germany and France, 35 points apiece. Portugal definitely within striking distance. Spain again, the nation that needs to pick things up a little bit if they want to have a chance of making it to the finals. But even if you're a fan of Spain and they do poorly today, tomorrow's a new day, and tomorrow the other two players from each one of these countries are going to play, and so we could see these standings shake up a lot, even if it stays like this for the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like the last two lobbies could really change things. We really don't know how things are going to end up landing going into day number two. And it's also the semifinals. So we still have a lot of more games to play. And from today and tomorrow, we're kind of like barely halfway done through today. Like I think the
Yeah,
last two lobbies are particularly interesting because that might be the final two games play. That might be the final two lobbies that players get to play and compete in. And
true.
therefore, if they're holding on to any specific strategies for specific galaxies, now would be the time to play it.
Yeah. So we'll get back into our game in just a moment again. Two more games to go today. And so far, we've had Star Cluster, Super Dense, Galactic Armory. So we've had a good mix of galaxies that kind of test different skills as well, which is a good thing. We haven't had a normal game in the EU Cup for 2 match days. So for a long time, it's been 8 games since we've had a normal one. So maybe we're due for something like that. But I don't mind. I kind of like all of the galaxies right now. Some I like more than others, but right now when I'm playing, I feel like I never get into a galaxy and I'm like, oh man, I can't stand this one. Everything feels pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I think that there's some pretty good balance going on right now. I was worried that certain compositions would start to run away from it, but there's even start to have some deviation where and this is how I always feel like balance should be struck, which is that the data that comes in isn't even necessarily what should be played. And I think that's largely because in a game like TFT, the more popular something is, chances are the placements would go down. And so you
Mm,
have to kind of like not only understand that every comp has its time under the sun, but like when situationally it is good. Because if you just say like, hey, statistically, Astro snipers are always like the best, you're going to have those times where you end up just getting completely dominated because you're not hitting and everyone else is contesting you. So I think
right.
this is like a really, really good patch. The more I've seen it be played.
Well, there's also the factor too where like just because you know what compositions are the best because of data in general, that doesn't tell you what composition is going to be the best in the lobby that you are playing right now, you know? That's always going to be dependent on the other players in the lobby, what you've hit, as far as items and champions goes, what your economy looks like. There's so many factors that affect what you should be playing in the game you're currently playing that the data only goes so far. Like I like to have a list, like the meta sheet that's posted on Reddit. I like to have that open when I'm playing on the side, just in case I want to double check, what's being used the most often in a various composition. Because again, you never know what you're going to be playing, right? You can just go into every lobby and force something, but it's better to play open and just kind of adapt to what you see.
Totally. And I think that, being flexible is like a really important emphasized trait by many top players.
Mm,
And, I think that there's a reason for that. You could totally learn how to play TFT playing one composition and getting a high rank and just, kind of saying like, okay, I'm done playing the game because I hit my rank goals and I'm done. But if, and that's totally fine if that's the way you want to play. It's just that from a competitive player's perspective, like I really feel like there's an entire world to be offered in terms of knowledge, insight, understanding, and appreciation for the game and the genre. If you choose to approach it from reaching that same level of competence with a bunch of different compositions, because then you
right.
start to see the beauty and nuance of like what it is to be flexible as a player.
Yeah, it certainly takes longer, and you're certainly going to lose a lot more along the way. But you're definitely going to be a better overall player. So that's kind of the other approach to it. But I will say, I think if you're a player out there that's just learning how to play TFT, like you've just started the game, then I would say it's probably better to just pick a comp and just try to play that as well as you can every single game, because you're going to be learning about other comps kind of passively while you do that. And you're going to be learning sort of the basic fundamentals of the game a little bit better if you don't need to worry about what your comp should be, right? So I think there's like a transition that needs to be made in TFT learning experience, I guess, where it's good to kind of like pick one or two comps that you like because you think they're cool and that's the only reason, and focus on those. And then as you play, you'll figure it out yourself when it's time to start playing a little bit more openly. But if you're just starting, probably good to just kind of like focus on one comp and do the best you can with that. Learn the fundamentals, you know?
Yeah, totally. And I think that those fundamentals are going to carry over from patch to patch, which is ultimately like the most important thing.
Exactly.
Like I think a lot of people, they crutch onto meta sheets or streamers, and to
Hmm.
a certain extent I do as well, right? Like I look at what other people are playing and use that to make my decisions. But um it's just like one of those things where I think a lot of players wish they didn't have to do that, wish they
Yeah.
didn't have to just like see what Kiyun and Soju and Grand Vice and all these other top players, Keen, Polt, etc., are doing and copy them. Although it does seem a lot less effort relative to the amount of input that you
I
can do,
mean,
especially if your
you
goal
and
is
I
to
both come
get.
from card games. Like we know that net decking is the easy way to play something strong. Like that's always going to be the case, right? Have a when somebody else, there's going to be other people out there that have more time. They're just better at the game than you generally, and they're going to figure out what's really good. And you can just copy them. And you're not going to be able to do it as well as they can, but you're going to be able to do it well enough, you know? But to me, I've never liked net decking. I've never liked copying other people. And TFT is a game where you can legitimately like win lobbies with stuff that's not on any meta sheet, you know, if you find the right combination of units in the right lobby. So it's important to kind of keep that in mind too, that like the meta sheet can say, well, you should be using this champion for this synergy instead of the champion that you're using right now. But if the champion that you're using right now is winning in your lobby, then is it really the right call to switch? And the answer is probably no. So definitely don't be like beholden to the meta sheets, right? Like you still need to know what's best in your lobby and kind of be confident that you can win with unorthodox stuff. And that's way more fun anyway. So
Yeah, very much so. And if you're wondering why we're going on such a long explanation, is because we're stalling. Player has chosen to AFK for a little bit, and it looks like we should
hey, you know,
start
there are
soon.
certain calls that come to an individual that go beyond gaming and cannot be ignored after a certain point. And so we try to be respectful of those types of things and give them some time,
Yeah,
but they'll be back.
that's right. I don't think net decking actually exists in teamfight tactics in that same way. I think that net decking is actually very dangerous.
It's the
For
it's the concept of I'm gonna play this comp because people say it's a good comp, you know? So it's similar in spirit, but definitely different in practice, I agree.
Yeah, because your game can't really land on the same way every single time.
Yeah.
Just because you see like, oh, I should land 6 dark stars, right? Like, or 6 cybernetics. That sounds simple enough, and you're like, okay, that's a dark star. Buy it, play it. I know what my end game comp looks like. I'm just gonna like buy all the Jarvins and try to level 8 and get to Zereth. And while that is like a way you could play, chances are that's going to be a really inconsistent way to play because there's like so many missing pieces to get there. It's kind of like knowing
Right.
the ending of a movie and like and like knowing like the characters at the beginning, but like there's really like this whole middle point that's supposed to give the payoff to the end. So if
Mhm.
there's like this big twist or like this big finale, it's like you really need that build up. That's like almost just as important, if not more, than the actual conclusion of things. So
You
in the
know
same way, if you like
yeah.
if you just look at the net decks or the final compositions and just try to emulate that, that's a really easy way to get wrecked if you don't understand what are the keys that make that comp really good.
Yeah. And I don't think any good player would do that where it's like, well, I'm 6 dark stars, so I'm just gonna run 4 1-star dark stars at level 4 because, you know, that's what I'm supposed to do. But I do think that I like to think a lot about what helps new players get into the game and you know, get attached to it and become good at it and you know, improve and have fun with it. And so in the sense of a new player starting out as we're about to jump into our game, we'll jump in with Salvyyy. But just to finish this thought really quick, if you're a brand new player, I would actually say if you want to play 6 dark stars, you're generally not going to know how to do that bridge into the mid game, and you're not going to really, know the other units well enough to do that. So yeah, just buy all the dark stars, just go for it. Because even though you are going to get wrecked initially, and everybody gets wrecked at first in TFT, you're going to, when you're getting wrecked, you're going to think, oh, well, maybe instead of putting in that one dark star, I should have put in this other champion that would have helped me, preserve some HP, maybe win around and all that. So by kind of doing it wrong intentionally when you're just starting out learning the game, you're going to actually teach yourself the basics through making mistakes, which I think is a really important part of the process as well. So yeah, at least that's when I think back to like set one. That's how I remember myself playing it, where it's like, oh, this comp is cool, I'm going to do it. And then I would just like bull rush my way into it. And then I would lose and I'd be like, oh, I understand now. I can't do this quickly. I have to wait and go for it a little bit later, Anyway, into the next game, on board with Salvyyy. And looks like it's going to be a dwarf planet. I haven't opened up the stream yet, so let me double check here.
Super dense galaxy.
Super dense again. Oh, okay, I see. I was looking at our Discord feed still, which is hard to cast from. So we're good. And yeah, super dense again. Second one of the day.
Yeah, super dense galaxy. We saw some of the really powerful stuff of it earlier today. I still am pretty convinced that super dense galaxy is usually like by most people's default is to be an Astro snipers and a cybernetics opening. But there's still a lot of variation that we can still see, and it's totally fine. Like, no composition doesn't want to use a force of nature,
right?
Ever. So you can totally justify it and explain why it's good for each comp. It's more about like the power inflection of each of them. Like at stage 3, one in particular for comps that really want to get 7 unit synergies online, it tends to be really, really good.
Yeah, for sure. You can get into those situations too with builds like Vanguard Mystic, where you can end up, 3-1 with 4 Vanguards and 2 Mystics if you roll well enough. TF2 early on, Twisted Fate, one of the less important 1 stars to or 1 cost to 2 star right now, but it'll make you a little bit stronger anyway. So you probably go for it because you can sell it back for full value, so it's probably fine. But that early Lucian. There's a Graves in the shop too, so it's an interesting part of the game because you want to balance, getting your 2 stars against what items you're actually seeing and what are going to be good with those items.
Yeah, so early cloak and glove and tier. Honestly, this looks like mech in terms of like if you put a gun in my head and say commit to a comp right now, it looks like mech.
Interesting.
Does find Lucian, Leona, 2 Nas, and Kog'Maw. This is a particularly interesting shop that's very rich in the 2 costs and almost nothing on the 1 costs.
Generally pretty good 2 costs as well.
Right. Kog'Maw pair is particularly interesting to me because of like how good he is in the early game with just any battlecast synergy. So I am intrigued by it, but it doesn't look like he's favoring that because he has a Lucian pair. He has this Xayah pair, which can sell for the Nautilus as well, which would be really nasty. And if he wins, he can actually sell the Ziggs and the 2 Xayahs and pick up both of these. Although I imagine that if he has Lucian pair already, he doesn't want Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I mean, Blasters is a nice synergy early on too, but he is going to pick up the Nautilus instead because having that tier just kind of makes you think a little bit more towards the Teemo snipers and the Vanguard Mystics and that sort of thing. Wow, he finds a Nautilus too and a Lucian too.
What?
All right.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, this is strong. This is a lot of 2 stars early on.
It's not just 2 stars. It's like he has a carry that is hard to kill and will deal a lot of damage if he just places any item on him. And he has like a tank that's not going to die. It's like this is very close to the ideal situation outside of just leveling and playing a 3rd Cybernetics and jamming items on.
Right.
This is sick.
Yeah, he doesn't use any items yet because you don't really need to in this situation. He's not. He doesn't really need to win at this point because he's already lost. He can go for the loss streak, but at least this should guarantee him better losses. Although that doesn't look like it's going to be the case at this particular round. But Yeah, I say you wait and then see what you find on carousel, and then kind of make your decision as far as where you put those items.
Yeah, when you're going up against a level 4 with 3 2 stars and a Warmog slam.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem very promising there. But Salvyyy does get the 4 cybers, and now he can spread those items and start his winning ways.
there we go. So that helps.
Finds Chase, which is so nasty as well.
I think whenever you
So
see a Jace in the shop, you just find a way to buy it.
I strongly agree. And I think that one thing that people don't think about is for Vanguards and Cybers. They think like, oh, 3 Cybers, and then I'm gonna like increase my backline. Oh, can I add a blaster? Can I add a sniper?
Mhm.
And I a lot of times just play 4 Vanguards with Cybernetics in the mid game. So it's like 4 Vanguards, 3 Cybers, and you crush face. It's really powerful.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Captain Rodrigues from Portugal. We'll see him play tomorrow, and he was telling me that that was one of his favorite mid-game boards with Cybernetics, is to go 4 Vanguards.
Yeah, it's super good.
Yeah,
Can he pre-level and get there reasonably? He can if he sells everything. He also just ends up just going for the gold. I guess the pre-level doesn't really mean too much for him because he doesn't have another unit he wants to put in immediately.
true. What's he gonna find? Probably wants the sword for the Infinity Edge, I would guess. Or maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, he's gonna grab another gloves. Okay. Yeah, I mean you can just build thieves gloves on Lucian as well.
Yeah, these gloves is totally fine on Lucian because it'll help you win streak, and then you can transfer those items to Irelia. A lot of times, people have this belief that like you put Vayne items on Lucian, and that's it. But that's totally fine. Lucian can hold items for almost anybody. He uses every stat in the game pretty well: attack speed,
Yeah.
AP, and damage. Even health, I guess, but it's not really that important.
We're gonna go see
Okay.
Kuzma's view now to see where one of our Portuguese players is at early in the game, second place in the lobby right now, and he also has a Cybernetics start as well. Poppy in there for Vanguard. Half of the red buff for Lucian didn't able. Looks like he wasn't able to get it off the carousel.
Right. This just looks like the weaker version of the board Salvyyy has. Salvyyy just got 2-star Leona, 2-star Lucian, 2-star Nautilus.
Hmm.
It's going up against Sasa, who's got that early game Bard with a red buff and Deathblade. Carry Bard.
Wow, Death Bard. That is interesting. He's not going to be stacking that Deathblade too fast, I don't think. But
That's right.
hopefully he'll get a couple meeps here and there.
It's true. It does feel like it's all the stats that Bard doesn't use. Attack,
Yeah,
health, and armor are like 3 of the 4 stats that is just kind of useless to Bard. He cares about attack speed, mana, and AP.
right,
So
right.
it is kind of funny that those items that Sasa has is not being utilized really that effectively.
Hey, I mean, he got 3 XP out of that round, so I guess it's a bard is a bard at the end of the day. But yeah, not your usual bard items.
That's right.
Yep. So Mordekaiser on his bench right now. I'd say he can maybe start thinking about. No, actually, all that stuff is pretty useful. Yeah, the Graves for Blaster. Obviously, he'll want the Vayne in there eventually. And the Caitlyn does find her way into some Cybernetics comps because she gives you Sniper and Chrono. Goes up against Shinopavels.
Yeah, Kuzma chooses to level here because he can't hit 30 anyways because he wants to keep his entire bench. And so he just levels and commits to the Graves. Gets a little bit of a power spike through equipping the rod onto the Fiora.
Yeah, and
And
being able to get blasters into his composition by including the Graves as well is kind of nice. It's not going to win him the round at least, but he killed a couple champions that way. It's a strong board from Shinopavels though. He's got 4 Vanguard and the Ziggs too. And Ziggs too, even without a lot of items, is going to be pretty good in the early game.
yeah, this is one of those things where, like, I think is a good example of how blasters are a lot of times ineffective. Like how some people even over prioritize blasters, and they think. I think this is totally fine for what Kuzma did. By the way, I'm not saying that was the wrong play. I think if anything, that was just correct. But like, I think that's the interesting thing is that like blasters give you additional attacks, and that's what they do. But if your additional attacks are a 1-star Lucian and a 1-star Graves, who have a combined total item pool of a single chain vest. That doesn't really capitalize on synergies. And I think if anything, maybe it's not necessarily about blasters. It's more about the fact that some people overvalue synergies. And it's a good learning moment for people who are still like trying to climb ladder, just like, oh, I got 2
Oh,
blasters and I can't believe I lost.
yeah. Unless you have something to really kind of take advantage of those attacks, like a red buff or something, then you're going to be doing more damage, but not that much. That said, you know, you can still go for something that you feel is going to give you the most damage in a round, just because you want to kill the most champions you can. But I do wonder if maybe going for the Vayne instead would be a little bit better, because the snipers obviously do more damage as a synergy without items than the blasters do. And he
Yeah,
could
especially
put
now that
like
you have
the
a glove.
yeah, I was gonna say could put the glove on Vayne, so he wouldn't be losing the cyber benefit. So I'm a little bit surprised that he stuck with it for this round.
Yeah, it made more sense when you only had, I believe, like Rod to jam, and you could place Rod on Vayne. It's a little bit of a riskier thing because the only item that she really wants to use with Rod is Ginsu's Rage Blade, and
Right.
even then, it's not like the best item on her. So that wasn't necessarily something that he could justify easily. But now he could just swap out that Grace for Vayne. It'd be a strict upgrade. So it looks like Kuzma. Maybe he's like, I'm not intent on winning this round, but a lot of times I do feel like as Cybers, you're generally trying to turn around any losing streak you can immediately.
Yeah, lost streaks seem kind of dangerous for Cybernetics to me, because you want to get to those higher levels quicker, because that gives you access to the Aurelia, access to the Echo sooner, and that's really kind of what you need to look at top four and consistently and winning games with Cybernetics. So they're less they're less good for lost streaking, I think, in general. He's
Yeah, it's
gonna
totally fair to
try
say.
now. Yeah. And now that he's got the blasters and he's got the snipers, that's kind of interesting. No chrono though. But should be a good amount of damage.
Yeah, it's a pretty good amount of damage in theory, but like a lot of like the real meat to his bones have actually no real bite to it. It's just kind of a lot of
Oh,
bark. Once it's a 1-star Leona, so she doesn't stay alive as long as you'd like her to. The Vayne's at 1-star, the Lucian's at 1-star with no carry items. It does feel like everything's gonna work out okay here.
yeah,
But it could have easily gone the other way. So it's like one of those things again where like it just kind of shows you the importance of leveling and staying on top of things. Because if he didn't level, that was going to go south quickly.
definitely. Let's go see what Sasa is up to from Team Germany right now. And Sasa going for a little bit of early rebels, it looks like.
Yeah, this looks like some good old fashioned brawler blaster action featuring rebels.
Yeah,
I really like the rumble inclusion. I think it's kind of important, if anything, to especially for infiltrators. Part of what I actually realized the power of demolitionist in rebels in particular is to keep Jinx safer, or Kog'Maw safer in this case.
right.
When they get close, they're most likely just going to cast whoever is within their target, because Ziggs will always ult whoever he's attacking, and Rumble same thing, and that'll just keep Jinx safe. Like, look, Jinx actually hasn't been touched whatsoever so far because everyone's just been stunned and just
That was
held on, and
close.
even a 1-star Jinx was able to put out just enough damage to help close out this fight.
Darius from Tanpop nearly reset his way to victory there, but yeah, the Jinx and the Kog'Maw were able to combine for enough damage. Sasa still down at 8th, though, so he's lost a lot of HP early. Gonna need to find a way to turn that around in a big way. Yeah, just goes ahead and grabs the chain vest, I guess. That could be something that can become a guardian angel later on, or a number of different things. He's already got the red buff, so you'd have to imagine it's going to be for a defensive item.
Yeah, very much so. And with the gloves, I imagine that's going to be a shroud. Shroud is really important. Like we said, one of the biggest things that can sabotage you are infiltrators, and in the late game, particularly against rebels in general, Fizz is like my mortal enemy whenever I like look at
Yeah,
anything, because he just comes up and he summons a shark and it eats up your entire clump of units.
yeah.
And the shroud helps keep things like Fizz in check.
I want to point out something too with his positioning that's really important. A lot of times when you see people playing, a brawler blaster or rebels kind of thing, where you have to group up a lot of people to get the most out of it, they'll just do that. They'll just create like a diamond or a ball of stuff. And especially now that mech and Teemo snipers is in the meta, it's really important to have one of your tanks up in the front line, because if you do that, then the mech will focus on that area of the map and won't walk back and blast your entire group, and Teemo won't immediately be chucking shrooms into your entire rebel ball. So it's really important positioning wise to keep one tank up in front like that.
Yeah, against lower mana pool champions like Teemo, when he has Astro, it's a lot less important because he's going to cast. But against some that have
Just to give
high
yourself
mana
a little bit
pools,
of time, though, is so important.
sure. I would say that part of the reason why you might see that happen a lot in high level tournaments is because people tend to keep Gnar in front of their Teemo, and it's way more important to shroud the Gnar than it is to shroud the Teemo, in my opinion. Which is why, like, in some weird meta way, like some people might be separating Gnar from Teemo at higher levels, just ever so slightly, so they can't get the shroud perfect. And they're willing to forego like optimal damage positioning in order to squeeze out just a little bit more efficiency so their Gnar doesn't get shrouded.
Sure. Oh man, he misses the shroud on the Cassiopeia. That's a little bit annoying. We'll see
Yeah.
if he can win this one though, because it is still just a Cassiopeia one, and that Kog'Maw and Jinx are gonna absolutely tear through what's left of Ginger's team here.
Yeah,
That turned out okay.
Cassiopeia at 1 star is very unimpressive actually to me.
Yeah.
Vanguard Mystics, like the more I see that comp being played, the less I feel confident in it. I know that it's like totally fine, and like there's even lobbies where it overwhelmingly dominates the early game, and then it just like cruises very easily to a top 2 because they get to 9 very quickly.
Mhm.
But in games where that doesn't happen, it feels like it's like how does anyone ever win with this comp? And it's usually when I start thinking of that when I get stuck on Cassiopeia 1 and I don't find her at stage 4, and I'm just kind of stuck rolling gold and finding nothing.
Yeah, I think the as we swap views over to Tanpop, I think the criteria for playing Cassiopeia is either having a Cassiopeia 2 with the blue buff, or you can do Cassiopeia 1 with the blue buff if you have a level 2 Jace and a level 2 Nautilus. You need tanks to pick up on the damage, or Cassiopeia can't. Otherwise, if you have like a mediocre tank line and then you try to put your Cassiopeia 1 in, even if
Huh.
she's got the blue buff and the Morellos, it's not going to go well.
Ooh,
Wow, big
Gnar
hits.
and Teemo in the same shop here for Tampop, and he can immediately sell that Darius and place that blue buff onto the Teemo.
That's huge.
Um,
So he could
yeah,
put
against
a Ruinance
Rodrigues.
Hurricane on the Jhin as well. Might be an option to think about.
Hmm, is that the best?
I don't know, but it's a possibility. You've got a lot of items sitting on the bench right now.
Yeah, 4 components is like around that max where you don't want to add too much more. I think I would put a bow on Jhin just because I know no matter what happens, I'm going to convert that bow into an item on Jhin. But I like the idea of like if I get a rod, it can turn to a Morel Nomicon. And I like if the fact if I get a glove, it can turn to Last Whisper. I think those are like pretty important items onto Jhin and Teemo respectively. I think those are like the ideal items. So you can see him debating about it. He's picking up these components. He's talking, kind of like discussing with the chat, like his thoughts out loud. He also has
Yeah.
8 Jarvans, which I think I was told that he was been holding 6 Jarvans since stage 2-1. So like he's pretty close to a Jarvan 3, which I think is kind of interesting because if you have Jarvan 3, maybe you do end up playing the 4 Darkstar Astro Snipers variation instead of traditionally going into the normal Astro Snipers build that you see that usually plays like 4 snipers or 4 vanguards.
Yeah, it's a thing, and honestly, the fact that he's running for Darkstar right now, to me, like is more of an advocating reason for slamming the Runins on the Jhin, because you're gonna get benefit from it right now. But he's strong enough that we'll see. I think he feels that his HP is going to be stable without that item at the moment. It's hard to argue with that. BenVK did find the Cassiopeia 2 though, which is pretty strong, and he's going to be able to win against Tanpop. So I don't know. I mean, if you wait for the carousel, like you're gonna go for the rod anyway, right? Which means you're still not gonna find a different way to use the bow and the cloak. So maybe I want him to slam the item too fast, but I'd still be thinking about the runes here a little bit. Either way, it's still theoretically a strong board.
Yeah. So, I think it's really interesting conversation to talk about, which
Yeah.
is, you know, risk versus reward. And
Right.
right now, Tan's incurring a lot more risk because he says that I feel like I'm going to need to greed these items in order to do better later. Slamming the items is a specific move to try and preserve HP and get the win now
Mm.
when you know that it's not optimal later on. Wow, good Gnarl, by the way. And I think that with his upgrades on his front line, he has Jarvan 2, he has Nautilus 2, he found the Gnar pretty early with the Teemo. Thinking about the benchmarks of what you really want at different parts of the game is really important. By now, at stage 4-3, the biggest problem with this comp is that he's actually outnumbered. And you can see that he's actually taking big damage here because the Vanguard Mystic grinding him down. By the way, Shinopavels actually farmed a decent amount of meeps as well because the battle lasted so long that a 1-star bar was able to get a lot of meeps with no items.
Oh no. Oh, it's a no rod on the carousel. That's really annoying.
That's fine. You could still go for the gloves, which just got taken. Oh, okay. Now that's a disaster.
It's pretty rough. He ends up grabbing the belt, so he's gonna have, I guess, Bramble Vest can be an option here. But you
Yeah,
can put the Bramble Vest in Jarvan, but still, that's now you kind of need that Jarvan 3, I guess.
I actually think another tier was better for several reasons. I think another tier, like a third tier on Teemo, gets him casting immediately, which makes blue buff better because then
True.
he gets a reset. And you might think it's like, oh, it's only like a second difference. How much can that really impact? It's a huge amount. So I think like getting another tier is on it. The second thing is I think that what's it called? The Chalice of Power is a really underrated item right now, largely because it just gives a lot of AP that's spread out, and like giving AP to Karma also buffs Teemo's damage as well.
Yeah.
Or like if she chooses to buff someone else at the same time. So I feel like it's an underrated item, but at the same time, like I can't really blame him. Bramble Vest is like a great item as well, and there's nothing wrong with going for it.
I think the fact that he's so close to hitting a Jarvan 3, if he does get the Jarvan 3, suddenly it's going to be like nigh unkillable with those items. So playing for we mentioned about playing for the future, so I guess there's that to keep in mind. But it's turned into kind of a unique Teemo Snipers game for Time Pop.
Oh, certainly. It's one of the more interesting like deviations, and it only can be possible if he's familiar with this tree, right? Like
Right.
a lot of times when you start looking for it, you're like at this point where you're not even having the Jarvans, you're not really identifying the 4 Darkstar. You're like holding 2 Teemos, 2 Nars, 2 Jins, and thinking about how unlucky you are as a player, which
There
you
we
may or
go.
may not be. But it looks like he just finally hit some 2-stars, which are really crucial.
Yeah, the Teemo 2 is nice. The game really wanted him to have a second Karma 2, but I think he's going to want to convert that gold into something else. Goes in and picks up the Cassiopeia just to get that Mystic buff that he was lacking up until now.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. I guess there's not another celestial because like usually the celestial is what you want to splash in because you deal so much damage as just Darkstar units that you heal a ton for all the damage you do.
Right. I mean, I think ideally he'd be putting in like a Lulu or something like that, or even a Rakan, honestly, might be a little bit better. But he's like, well, what synergy can I put in? I guess he does have Rakan on his bench. Huh.
I think it's Rakan already in.
Yeah. Oh, does he? Okay, I thought he had like a Jin Zhao in, but he's got a Rakan. Either way, yeah, might be that putting in another Celestial is going to be more impactful, but he was looking at what synergies he could land. So going over to Shinopavels from France now.
Ooh, 6 Vanguards. All right.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting about this 6 Vanguards build, by the way?
It's no carries.
There's
James
no
besides Jace.
Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
His carry is actually Soraka, and that's like no Kappa. She's like,
Yeah.
she has to carry the team with her crazy heals.
She's carrying through caring. And he does have the thresh to pull people in too, which is neat. But yeah, this is a build that must go level 9, and if it does and finds some strong legendaries to start including, it'll be really, really good.
Oh yeah.
So what'll it be?
Okay, Shroud. Shroud is very good.
I know he wants to put that death cap on Jhin, or on Jace rather. It's too tempting. For sure. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it's.
There,
I know what you're gonna say, which is maybe you would have waited to put that on one of the different carries later. Is that right?
no, I was just thinking that
Oh,
I
really?
think
Oh,
Jace really excels off of Shroud, him holding it, but it's totally fine to place it on someone else. It was just more like I think Jace is really good with the Shroud, but I recognize that he is like you need damage source, and he is the one that uses the best on your team.
true.
Um, and like you could totally place, Death Cap onto somebody else, and it'd be totally fine. Also, I think another person that's really good at using Shroud is Wukong. And the reason why I think it's the case is because the Vanguards that are good at directly confronting, like Jace and Wukong, tend to be the best users of Shroud because they want to take the damage, they want to cast fast, and they will be in the face of their opponents. But it's fine. Death Cap is totally fine on Jace as well.
And he is being really patient about going to level 9 here. So I think some other
Yeah.
players would feel some stress, not being at level 9. But the fact that he's that we're on a super dense galaxy and he can play a level 9 build at level 8, gives him that flexibility, I guess.
Right, precisely. Like this is the point where we're talking about where it's like less crucial for you to go for a fast 9 because your synergies for the most part of what you want to do are done. Like this is the traditional like Vanguard Mystic with the Thresh at the top end. He doesn't have a really good Thresh bench, which is kind of a bummer. He has this Jace 1 getting pulled in that's just going to die immediately to any carry that touches him.
Yep.
But any front line that he can get to stall out for Jace is good. But if the Jace dies, he might be in trouble.
Well, he took out AKAWonder in that round at least. So AKAWonder out in 8th. And it's especially rough too when you consider that the other player from Spain, Tanpop, is in 7th right now with just 14 HP. So Spain, the country that kind of needed to pick it up as far as points in this tournament goes, doing kind of the opposite. So they are looking like they're going to end the day pretty solidly in 4th place. And there's another day of competition, but it's not looking good for Spain on day 1.
Yeah, top 4 is normally good in TFT, but when there's only 4 teams, top 4 is not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Not this kind of top 4. Ginger.
This kind of top 4.
Ginger has the Teemo 2 now.
Yeah, Teemo 2 with a lot of defense abilities. He's got the Vanguards and the Mystics, so the Jace is going to be nullified. I just don't know if there's enough damage to keep up with Ginger's team because he has no one contesting Teemo. Like Teemo's in the back, constantly throwing mushrooms, and there's no way for him to get to Teemo.
Yep, very true. And he's got his own Jace as well with really good items with the GA, Ionic Spark, and Shroud. And so Ginger's just going to be a really strong board to go up against. Full item carousel. Yeah. What's it going to be?
Yeah, that was kind of concerning too, considering that he hit level 9 and he just lost a level 8 board. He fast 9 while everyone else is on 8, and it's not a good sign when you're losing anyways. But hopefully he gets stronger from that. I think this Thresh is good. I think I don't know, maybe a Giant Slayer of some kind. Maybe like finding a way to just slap in like straight up Urgot in your comp is good. There's a lot of ways that you can go with a 10th unit in Vanguard Mystic. You can go for Star Guardians because you often have a Soraka and you can play Janna, and I guess in this case he has Poppy. You can also just like go down to 4 Vanguards and just start playing other things to give him more damage than just what he has right now because he's got so much tankiness.
Yeah. He definitely doesn't lack in terms of tanks right now. He just needs a way to kill units on the other side. That's the big thing. He does decide to just put the Urgot in.
I like it.
Yeah, why not? Hopefully it can stay alive and actually get a couple of kills going up against Kuzma right now. Kuzma with
Yeah,
the
I like it because it gives him inevitability. Like Urgot, if he goes
oh,
uncontested, he will kill everything eventually. The problem is, can he
uh,
kill things fast enough?
it's like a funny animation where Vayne like swung around Urgot when she was being eaten, like he had her with a lasso or something. But man, that was a very one-sided, very one-sided round against
Yeah,
Kuzma.
he ate the early carry, and I really got polymorph, and that's what happens to Cybers when they lose those carries like that. We've seen what happens when both of them are disabled. And again, I think that Urgot check is so crucial. Even if there's
Yeah.
no synergy, it's just giving you like some inevitable win condition.
Yep. So we're going to swap over to BenVK, the other French player in the lobby, currently #1, also going for a Vanguard-based build. Interesting. So we talked earlier about how players from the same nation are going to try to not step on each other's toes, and but we've got very similar compositions between BenVK and his teammate Shinopavels. The big difference that Shinopavels not focusing on the Cassiopeia at all in his Vanguard Mystics. Interesting.
Yeah, and it seems like they both prioritize having the option to go 6 Vanguards, just
Guess
because in the
so.
late game, it just stops a ton of damage from jumping onto you and really wrecking you. You know, it's like, especially if you have like Shakos and Shaco doesn't have like Last Whisper, he's going to actually get stuck on a couple of units. That being said, with Urgot finally pulling stuff, it looks like he's got the Thresh. BenVK
Oh,
might be outmatched here because he's really relying on the Cassiopeia damage.
yeah. Oh, the heals from Soraka giving just enough time for the Urgot to eat the last champion. But this is actually great because that was France versus France there. So the fact that the fight went down to the very last unit means the least damage done was done, which is exactly what you want in that situation. So now they are comfortably at spots 1 and 2.
Very much so. France looking to make a big charge and separating themselves from the pack. Salvyyy out in 6th place. Sasa in 4th place, looking like he's in danger of also falling out. So this is an opportunity for France to jump really far ahead.
Yeah, sure is. Germany had been a little bit up and down with generally Salvyyy performing well and Sasa a little bit less so today. But now where they both might go out in the middle of the pack, France has a chance to gain back a lot of points. Kane gives the Hextech Gunblade over. And that's interesting. Do you know how Hextech does on Cassiopeia? I have not tested it or seen it actually. But if it seems like once she gets enough dots ticking on enough people, that'd be a good amount of healing. Have you seen it?
I haven't. I mean, I haven't seen it. I don't imagine it's very good because she doesn't really need a lot of that sustain, anyways.
Yeah, I just wonder.
You have such Yeah, like Urgot uses Hextech pretty well, very well actually. Aurelion Soul uses it very well. And I would say that like Shaco uses Hextech Gunblade really well. And the reason why is because all of them need that sustain to really make sure that they can keep going.
Sure.
Hextech on cast is like serviceable, but I wouldn't say by any means it's like a top tier item.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've never seen it tried before, but I kind of wonder now.
Yeah.
I mean, at least there's a rod in there, right? So it's still at
Yeah,
least doing more
exactly.
magic damage. So it's not never gonna be bad, and the healing is never gonna hurt you for sure.
Ooh.
Sasa out in 4th. Okay. So
Yeah.
Germany ends at 4 and 6 that game.
Yeah, I would say that like Hextech is one of those like half. It's very similar to the Ionic Spark. It's like a half offensive, half defensive item. And a lot of times you want like a full on utility or defensive item, or like a straight up offensive item on Cassiopeia, like more
Right.
a streamlined strategy. So RFC is really good to keep her safe. Or if you want to like double down on damage, you can add like a Jewel Gauntlet, or you can add a Ludens. And so Hextech kind of falls in that second tier of
Well, now
stuff.
you kind of wish you could move it on to the Aurelian Soul, actually. Like, I can't blame him for putting it on the Cassiopeia because of the stage of the game that we were in. It's so late in the game. You might as well power up your carry, right? Even if it's a little bit.
Right.
But it certainly does perform better on Aurelian Soul. Either way, Aurelian Soul 2 is just going to be strong regardless. So
Yeah,
Kuzma hit
exactly.
the
It's
Vayne
gonna
3. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
As long as he can keep that CC train going, Vayne 3 has just too many targets for her to kill. And that should be a pretty convincing victory for Ben, who's putting pressure onto Kuzma and trying to firmly supplant France as 1 and 2 in this lobby.
Yep. It's going to be tough, though, because Kuzma down to 5 HP now, and France at 42 HP for BenVK and BenVK. And Shinopavels at 30. They're looking like a lock almost for spots 1 and 2 in our 4th game today. How do you ensure that?
Well, the good news is that neither player from France will likely die, even if they take the worst loss possible. It'll take like 20 some damage from your opponent. If you, I guess if he loses 10-0 and they're all 2 stars, he can deal 30 damage. But like, that's just unlikely.
That's a lot, yeah.
Right.
BenVK playing against the Ghost right now, the ghost of his teammate, who did find the Janna, actually. Janna 2 even. Meanwhile, Kuzma, is he going to get the win over Shinopavels? That's what I'm kind of curious about more than anything.
Yeah, looks like Shinopavels got ran over, and a win here from Ben and a win from Shino has locked in the top 2 spots for France.
Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, so the ghost of Shinopavels beaten by BenVK, but the actual Shinopavels goes on to secure second. So it's a France 1v1. So this could get a little bit interesting because, basically they're already gaining the most points possible for their nation. So it's an excuse to do something silly.
For sure. It's definitely now purely for like cosmetic pride. There's really nothing else other than getting that win. So you can show how much you've done individually, but
Oh,
it's a
like
team
find a
competition.
Fizz 3?
Oh yeah, sure. It can
Find a
pretty much
Fizz
come
3.
down to that. Personally, I really like silly fights. Like we both agree to sell all of our units except for one, and we kind of send in one champion at a time.
Yeah.
I think those are really fun to do. You can pretty much do anything you want. It really doesn't matter.
Well, it's not going to be the last round regardless, probably. Double frozen heart on Fizz is pretty strong. I want to see him hit the Fizz 3 though. That's always fun.
That's right.
He's got
Fizz
a good
3
chance.
swallows everything. Oh yeah, for sure. He's got a couple rounds. Chances are we're actually going to even see the Rift Herald, as we might end up dragging out this game by an extra 5 minutes or so.
Wow, this ended up being a really one-sided round. Shinopavels kind of crushes BenVK here, actually, which is the opposite of what happened on the Ghost round a little while ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's got really hard to kill comp, and he now has like actual damage into the composition through the form of Urgot that eats everything up and Aurelion Soul. Like the Urgot inevitability is pretty nuts because I think like it basically gets to the point where Urgot keeps casting nonstop on every unit, and you give him like Warmog's G or
Oh,
something like that, and just like he's unkillable.
there it is. The Fizz
Ooh,
3.
Fizz 3.
Buy it. Buy it. All right, good. He got it in there just in time. I was like, oh my gosh, is he not going to do it? We'll see if that's enough. It's just fun to get to see a Fizz 3 in the game.
Oh
That's
no, I
going to
got
be
shrouded.
He did, yeah. That ult is going to come really slow. Oh no.
Is it gonna come out though?
Well, whoa, okay. Wow, it's back
Nice.
to Cho'Gath Void ultimates for a second.
Yeah, as it should. Getting Fizz a 3-star is no easy feat.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I mean, maybe this is how BenVK wins, unless Shinopavel can get to Jace 3 and maybe answer right back. I don't think so.
The funny thing is that having Fizz's ult delayed almost did him a favor because it made sure everything was grouped up right around Fizz for that perfect ultimate, despite the smaller range.
All right.
That's so
Well,
funny, though.
yeah. At this point, let's see. I don't really see too many more ways to improve the board. The 5 versus the 6 Vanguard doesn't matter. It's really not about how much physical damage is being dealt right now. It's
Right.
purely about the abilities that's being cast. So Bloodthirster doesn't really help very much.
Not a whole lot. Doesn't do a lot for BenVK. Maybe you put on Echo or something like that. Gets a bit of gold at least. And now, what do you find? Maybe 4 Mystic is a way to go. Try to tech that in. I mean, he won the last round, though, so maybe you just don't change things.
Yeah, it's pretty much about protect the Fizz. Just make sure Fizz doesn't get like swarmed or like he's not like caught by a bunch of units that really want to disable him repeatedly. Yeah, for the most part, it's like the sooner Fizz can cast, the sooner you win.
Wow, so he does go 4 Mystic, 3 Vanguard, so drops that buff really far down. He doesn't get his items on there in time. items coming a little bit late there, but the Fizz ultimate doing so much work that
Yeah.
you'd have to expect this is going to be a
Boom.
BenVK win.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. AoE CC is king, and Fizz provides
Yep.
all of that and kills everything that he's able to cast. So
Been
that
chasing the
should
Aurelion
do
Soul
it.
2 around.
And Viva la France. It looks like they are going to take this fourth lobby and position themselves for the finals heading into the last game of the day.
Yeah, that's pretty huge actually for France to be able to take the 1 and 2 spots at the end of everything. At the end of second to last game. We've still got one more game to go, but still, that's pretty big to get that many points. That's 18 points they get to add to their total right now. So certainly a huge win for France.
Absolutely. And Germany had a okay result. Salvyyy and Sasa did all right. So is that an
Yeah.
opportunity for Portugal and Spain to make up that big difference? It's hard when France is taking number one, number two.
Yep, that's right. So we will take a look at the individual scores here. Shinopavels number 1 in the lobby with a really solid day overall at 31 points. Salvyyy drops down to second. Then Kuzma from Portugal at 22, tied with BenVK. So 2 French players in the top 4 now, but still a pretty tight lobby overall from 3 through 7 for the individual points records anyway.
Yeah, Shinopavels having quite a day. First, second, third, and fourth, respectively. So that way he's pretty much gotten everything. And then Salvyyy right behind him. But
Yeah.
Tan Pop, it's really not working out for him so far, and Spain is very far behind. It doesn't look like Spain is going to be able to join us for the finals.
I would be pretty surprised because at this point it would take a pretty monumentally great day from Spain's players tomorrow for them to really even have a
Right.
shot. France already breaking 50 points is pretty big. Germany and Portugal fairly close behind after that. But yeah, Spain lagging a bit behind the rest of the pack. We've got one more game to go today, but before we get there, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see the final game of the first day of semifinals here on the Giant Slayer European Cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you in just a few. What's up, guys? We're back. We're about to go into our final game of the day here in the Giant Slayer European Cup. DoA and Frodan with you, and it's been interesting. It's really kind of fun to see how players are approaching the new meta. It's a lot of what we've expected to see, but then again, it's also a lot of what we didn't expect to see as much. I think the big thing that stands out has been Rebels, but we have seen a good variety throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that Rebels overall and these kind of compositions have kind of exactly shown you what we were discussing, which is it's not something that I think you should be jamming every single game. It's
Mhm.
just one of those things that you kind of take it when it's being offered to you. Very interesting that we had a converging strategy for lobby number 4, where
Yeah.
both players went Vanguard Mystics, and it was a top 2 for both of them. And I guess, maybe one of those things to think about when trying to approach Vanguard Mystics, which is like, it's totally fine for multiple people to get top 4 in the lobby with that. And with as a team strategy, seems okay for both of you to go for.
Well, what really kind of blew my mind with that too was that one of the players didn't really even go for the traditional Vanguard's Mystic build, right? They had no Cassiopeia carry. They did not have the items that you would use on a Cassiopeia anyway. It was just Vanguards and healing through a Soraka 2 with Shojins. So that kind of opened my eyes into thinking that, like, you can kind of just play the game from that perspective in some lobbies as just like a really, really tanky board that just heals a lot, right? You don't even necessarily need any high damage characters to place highly in a lobby. And that is a really interesting avenue that I think I want to explore as we jump in with AKAWonder for our final game of the day. And we'll see if Spain can pick it up a little bit because unfortunately for AKAWonder and his teammate Tenpop, it's been a slow day points wise for them.
Yeah, Spain definitely needs to make up whatever ground they totally can. And I think if you're AK Wonder and you're Tan Pop, the thing that you're thinking about is, what's the best way to bridge to tomorrow? How can I set up the best? Like, what can I play to get the most amount of points for my teammates? And I think if I'm AK Wonder and I'm in Tan Pop's position, I think I go for broke. I think I go for a composition that I think is like super strong
Yeah.
and can land first place confidently, and I'm not really considering too much about what my teammate's doing because it's really about survival at this point. And so I think I would basically gravitate to whatever is immediately in my hand here. In this case, he has a Vayne. Consider going for Cybers, but otherwise he has a Caitlyn until he can just play Vanguard. Sorry, not Vanguard Mystics. Astro Sniper.
Yeah, I think definitely going for one of the S tier comps is what you need to do because as demoralizing as this day is going to be for Spain, it's not over, right? There's still a whole another day of competition. So there's always a chance to kind of come back. One interesting thing to maybe take note of is that France was one of the countries that did swap up which two players played on which day. I'm not saying that had anything to do with today, but it is interesting that they're one of the two countries that did that. France is the other one, and they're actually having a better day. So um, that's a strategy that we haven't really talked a lot about yet. Is do you want to mix up the rosters a little bit as far as who plays on what day?
Yeah, and I think that in the end, it still feels like as much as you might look at this lobby and think like, oh, how could this team do like this or like why did they play that? And it's like it's hard, right? It's really hard to play in
Oh
these
yeah,
kinds of lobbies where all of them are capable players, and I mean, one team will get fourth after today. So, maybe Spain had been adopting that strategy already. Like we're kind of saying, oh, if I was in their position, I'd play a lot of high risk, high reward strategies. Maybe that's the way they've even approached it from the beginning, and they've just been kind of not seeing the payoff of that.
could be. We're being reminded that the team captains are the ones choosing the pairs for the semifinals, actually. So that would be. Let me see if I can find out who the team captains are. So for France, or for France, the team captain would be Unid, and for Spain, it is AKAWonders. So at least in the case of Spain, AKAWonder picking the players, I guess. But maybe one of those things that like doesn't even really matter all that much too. It's just something interesting to think about a little bit since it's a format that we really haven't seen played all that much yet. And I feel like it's going to
Right.
matter more as people kind of figure out how to make it matter, if that makes sense.
Sure. We'll see how team formats continue to evolve as we're
Right.
looking at these first early skirmishes and Sasa with that battle cast start with the Kog'Maw, Deathblade, and Runin's Hurricane, looking like he wants to favor the blasters, or maybe even lean more into that tree. And also, as a small aside, I know we're not focusing on him, but I've been actually finding that Kog'Maw 2 carry is totally fine just to play in Brawler Blasters
Oh
all
yeah,
the way to
definitely.
the end of stage 4, and maybe even like in my final comp. Like maybe I play Jinx, give her like 1 or 2 items, and it's still fine. And then like finally when I hit Jinx 2 and I can find a transition point, I would sell Kog'Maw. Before it was kind of like I would probably play Kog'Maw for a little bit of time and find a way to pivot. But I think he's great even in the mid to late game.
Yeah, if you can get the right items on him, he can certainly carry. I like the combination that we saw, which was Deathblade Runins. That's going to make for a very strong Kog'Maw. What Ginger has right now, red buff, is a lot of times all you need to get a strong carry performance from Kog'Maw. And then you just need that one other battle cast, which in 90% of the time is going to be the Alawi, right? Man, look at all these pairs that AKAWonder has so far. He can make the
Yeah,
Poppy
it's
too, but he doesn't want it.
It's almost too many pairs. I think that he's definitely can make gold here. I don't. I feel like passing up the early Bard again. It's like the reason why I
With the
think
tier?
Bard might be worth considering is because it's a high risk, high reward strategy. Bard gives you the eco and the exp.
Yeah.
Um, and it's like one of those things where you're gonna be playing it by seat of your pants. You're gonna be losing, and so you have to be good at your roll downs and identifying what your potential comp is. And I also would like to see some kind of consolidation of his board here.
Yeah. I kind of want to see him put the tier on the Bard too, just to guarantee yourself another meep or two, maybe. You got two, but I wonder
I
if he
was
could have
told
gotten three.
I was told that the tier actually doesn't change any of the math for
Oh, that
Bard.
could be.
Yes, I haven't done it myself. I just trusted that source.
Okay.
Um, but I haven't really heard. I actually haven't like gone out and tested myself in the lab.
Hmm. And I'm not 100% sure either, but that is interesting. Could pick up a could pick up a blue buff right now.
Yeah,
Yep. And if he finds like another Darius and another Graves, you could go space pirate. You could put that blue buff on Darius. I'll always advocate for that, but I think that could legitimately be stronger than what he's playing right now. You've got a Kog'Maw as well, so why not? If you find an Alawi, it's
yeah.
certainly going to be a stronger board.
I'm really intrigued by this tier pick though from AKAWonder because there's an Ash with a sword on the carousel, and that would have made a Shojin with an Ash. Oh wow, there's another Ash in the shop. Just
Yeah.
to remind him of what could have been. Yeah, I think that's a much bigger power spike than anything that you can do. He did find a
Hmm.
Syndra, so that's like very lucky for him. But he had nothing guaranteed other than a Darius to put blue buff on, which is probably what he was thinking about in the end.
Yeah, it
Oh,
could
speaking
be.
of
All
Shojin
right.
on the app for Salvyyy.
Yeah. Jumping over to Salvy now. I was taking one last look at AKAWonder's comp here. But Salvy is going to get a lot of that early crowd control with his Ash now. Oh, but Poppy ran in and took one for the team, actually. It didn't hit a lot of people. Uh-oh.
Yeah, early Shojin Ash really depends. Like you usually win based off of how good your front line is because Ash just basically needs time to start getting the Shojin charges like working in her favor. So if you don't have like a 2-star frontliner, Ash with the Shojin usually isn't a significant enough power boost. And you can see exactly that. Like Salvi has two stars, but they're in like other carry units. And I think this is like very intentional that he's making his front line so weak because he clearly wants to keep losing and preserve his losing streak. So it's definitely a meaningful decision on that part, which I think is interesting. Okay, he's even
Hmm.
weakening his board kind of further by playing couple of 1-stars.
Interesting.
All right, decides to go back with the sorcerers. All
Yeah,
right.
like you said, though, it's kind of like, it's just, there's just no front line, and you're just counting on burning through them with damage. But then Darius comes and gets the resets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No chance you'd be beating a board like this anyway, especially if you're level 4.
yeah. Not without
So
a little bit more 2 stars, a few more 2 stars. We can actually tank.
right. So here's the kind of thing that Salvyyy has to kind of start thinking about heading into stage 3, which is he has an Ashe already, and so that lends himself to a Protector Celestial build. The thing about Protector Celestials and using Ashe as your carry is that you have like 4 other champions that you can kind of decide of how you want to put in. There's a lot of customization that you can choose. A lot of times people choose Shaco because it's a really easy way to um, just get damage for a very small package of Jarvan plus Shaco. But there's a lot of people that like also prioritize just snipers and maybe play Chrono Ashe with like Caitlyn. And then there's also people that choose to like kind of lean into that 4 Celestial comp that we saw Shinopavels do, which led to a win, I believe, previously.
Yeah, I saw a Jin on one of the other boards that he was scouting. That's an extremely early Jin by somebody who high rolled at a early level 5. So that kind of influences your decision too when you see someone else hit, one of those core units that early. Overall, though, I
Okay.
like this. I like getting to add the TF back in because Chrono is definitely going to be a great asset for this board as well.
For sure. And Bard and Shinzao are other candidates. Part of the reason why I just like Bard is because I think he generates exactly what you want, which is the momentum to hit level 7 with the ground running and a lot of eco. The
Sure.
issue is that I think he's on a losing streak already pretty hard, and it looks like he's going to keep losing. So he doesn't want to lose so hard to the point where he actually can't even recover this position too much because he'd be too far behind in HP.
Yeah, it's one thing to keep a losing streak going. It's another thing to just be losing maximum HP every single round, which is kind of what Salvy's doing right now. So
Right.
need to find a way to kill some units. Kuzma actually found the Darius 2 with a rod, so that's a very strong board. I think Salvyyy is also just getting, honestly, just a little bit unlucky because this is starting to look
Oh,
like a kind of a high. Those are some nice upgrades, but it's starting to look like a little bit of a high roll lobby in general. And he's one of the few people not hitting good stuff really fast, and that can be something that just happens too.
right. Well, I mean, he just hit an RE2 and a Rakan 2. That's really big.
Yeah, that
Now,
was
what he
nice.
can do. Well, yeah, so now he actually can win because Rakan will do exactly what Ash needs, which is to stall for time. And I don't know if it's enough because his items are kind of lacking. Like he doesn't have any other defensive items to really keep Rakan alive for very long.
Mhm.
But this is a significant power spike, so I wouldn't be surprised if Salvy just starts to turn this into a win streak.
Well, here's where the Shojin's Ash is going to start to come in a little bit handier. Oh, unfortunate that Caitlyn shot the low
Oh,
health minion instead of the high health minion because it looks like that's going to make the difference in the fight. I think, yes, it will. Barely Ziggs winning that one.
ah. But that's okay
Ugh,
though, because in the end, that's the best kind of loss. If you could
that's a good point.
actually choose to lose every single way or every single battle that way for the rest of the stage, he would.
Right. You'd be making a
So in
ton
the
of
end,
money
it's
with your loss streak that way and not losing too much HP.
yeah, I think it's totally fine.
Oh,
Finds an
Ash
Ash
too.
too.
Nice. All right. All right. Now we're talking. Now this is starting to look a little bit on the stronger side.
I mean, he looks incredibly strong now. Like he has almost all 2 stars. He has good tight synergies. Um, he just lacks frontline items. Like if he had like a bramble vest or a warmogs or anything to just like really supplant his front line, I think he'd be win streaking in this lobby because he looks like one of the strongest boards out there based off the scout of what's happening. Because if you look in contrast, like Ginger has good units, but he's pretty much just playing all 1 stars.
Red buff on Jin. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's a temporary measure, or maybe he's
Yeah.
just. I think it's also a possibility that he may have gotten Jin, and that was like an item that he was just kind of jamming. But I don't think red buff Jin is like particularly good.
So if you find runins, at least you're kind of spreading it around anyway. It's going to be it's interesting, but yeah, I think it's a situation where he found the Timo and the Jin super early and just tried to take every advantage he could out of it. Salvyyy with first pick on the carousel along with Tanpop.
Yeah, what would you pick if you're Salvyyy in this position?
I mean, the sword is kind of tempting because you could make a second Shojins, right? But it was all the way on the other side of the carousel, so it would have been hard to get to. He can make a trap claw here, but he's already got a belt, and he could have made that anyway. So I'm a little bit surprised with the belt choice, but we'll see what he's got in mind.
Yeah, it makes sense to get the belt because you want to play Warmogs immediately, and like we said, I think he lacks some frontline
Fair
items.
enough.
Yeah, in the end, like I think a lot of people might prioritize exactly what you said, which is to find more ways to make Ash really powerful. And it's a pretty decent like conclusion, which is, oh, I have already like a carry. I want to itemize my carry, right? Like, oh, if I have Last Whisper, I want to get Infinity Edge on my Vayne.
Hmm.
But I think Salvy is like correctly identified and showing to us that it's also important to keep itemizing your front line so that way you're not too weak that area because that's what really keeps Ash powerful, having a resilient front line.
It's a very good point. So moving over to Sasa, who has just a bit of everything, but kind of that Rebels core to just power up the Malphite. Eventually, the Jinx of Zed's going to be a little bit stronger, but then having Kog'Maw with the battle cast and the blaster buff being really the carry in this. Unfortunately for him, there's a really strong Kog'Maw on the other side and a Gnar to soak a lot of damage. So Kuzma is going to be able to win that round.
Yeah, Kuzma has the Kog'Maw with the red buff, like you said, which makes it really difficult for Sasa to get anything going. I'm trying to think about what the landscape of the lobby looks like because it does seem like there's a handful of people that are interested in Jinx or Rebels or some kind of Brawler Blaster variation. He finds a second Kog'Maw, finds another Vi. These are like good units. Sasa's deep in the tank though, thinking about a lot of stuff right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of those moments where you have to take all that stuff into consideration. He does have a Jin, and those Kog'Maw items could just go right over to Jin as well, but he doesn't have another sniper to work with. Yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward moment. There's also a lot of
Yeah.
Jins in this lobby too, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, it's quite the conundrum. It seems like Sasa's found direction, both of which are contested units, and
Yeah,
it's going to be tricky for him to figure out a proper transition. But after this stage, we're going to see whether or not he is going to get anything meaningful in his roll down, because it looks like he pretty much lost throughout stage three, which is a poor sign. That means you don't. If you lose throughout stage three, it means that yeah, you can't fast eight, or if you do fast eight, you have to hit. It's like a really big desperation moment for you.
right. Now he got a chance to pick up another Vayne again, and you can put those items that Kog'Maw is holding on Vayne. So maybe there's room with the Vi as well to go into some sort of like a brawler cybernetics transition if he hits a few more cybernetics, and then slowly end up transitioning that way. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because I don't recall seeing another cybernetics player in the lobby yet. I'd be surprised if there wasn't one, but if there's not, maybe you do want to pivot in that direction. Oh, Kog'Maw too, though. Maybe you just go 4 Battlecast for a little while. Hmm.
Yeah, Kog'Maw can just hold these items and then you eventually place them onto Jinx. I still like the idea of going for 4 Brawler for 2 Blaster.
That's what
I'm
he's
also
trying.
totally open to the idea of just building into blasters for stage four, like just going ahead and like ditching any Rebel attempt and just playing a fourth blaster because he has Ziggs right
Sure.
now with no third Rebel.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and 4 Blasters has always been kind of the first thing that you take out when you're going for a Brawler Blaster composition, since Rebels is generally stronger. But if you're not going to have Rebels, you might as well go for Blasters. If he finds a
Yeah,
Jinx, then that all changes, of course.
for sure, and I think that this Kog'Maw too is just like such a significant upgrade
Oh
that
yeah,
he can go to 8 now. Like before, it's kind of like what we're saying. Like if you're not hitting on, if you go to 8, you have to hit. But part of the reason why people roll on 7 is so that they can safely go to 8, play a unit for the good synergies, and chill. It's always scary when you like go to 8, you have like 20, 30 gold, you roll down to 0, you find a couple pairs. It's not even the pairs you're looking for, and then you kind of flounder a bit.
Well, what's interesting is that Kog'Maw is kind of similar to like Vayne in the regard that the 1-star version is just not really that strong, but when you hit the 2-star version, you notice a huge spike in power, more so than some other 1-star to 2-star switches. So yeah, now this is feeling a lot less awkward and a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point. Looking like he's like looking at a 2-star Teemo and a 2-star Jhin, both of them
What?
completed. Extremely rare to see that at a 4-2 scenario when it's discontested, and he matches up
How?
against it.
That's
Oh, and here's like the
crazy.
funny thing: he might actually beat him anyways.
Yeah, I mean if the GA, there's a
So
chance that the
close.
GA would have been popped, but I mean, it was closer than I thought it was going to be. But man, 2-star Jin and 2-star Teemo, and they both have good items too. That's the thing. He's hitting everything.
Yeah, red buff Jhin. Maybe that's the tech that I'm not thinking about.
I don't know if the red buff really helps, but the other stuff, the other stuff is great.
Whoa.
Obviously, it's a lot of Zeds.
Fizz and Z2. Fizz is kind of important for the Rebel builds because he gives you the infiltrator, and then Fizz gives you anti backline, which is really important right now in the metagame. So
Right.
that was actually like a crazy good shot. He goes for the roll. I wonder what the roll was for, because it's not like he can improve too much more through like 1 or 2 shops. Was the roll because like he has I guess in case he found like Gangplank, I guess. Like, if he found Gangplank, he could
Yeah.
just put Ziggs in and then immediately play that way, but that's kind of optimistic. I'll see. I'm curious because he only stopped at like 2 rolls, which tends to be the case where it's just like, I just want to see if I can hit something.
Right. I think he felt like his economy was already down near 10. It wasn't going to be hurt all that much.
Right.
Still wins the round against Tenpop.
Yeah, Tampop struggling. 3-star Jarvan, but 2-star Xayah, 2-star Shen. Look at his bench. He's holding 6 and 7 of them respectively. It looks like Tampop once more are going to finish in the bottom of the standings here.
Yep. Definitely seems likely. His teammate, at least, AKAWonder, up in second right now. So if AKAWonder can have a big finish, then that kind of keeps Spain in it a little bit more going into day number 2. Looking grim either way. Sasa ends up with the belt after going for the gloves but not getting there in time. As he scouts through the lobby. So what does the belt really give him access to here? Let's see. Well, first
The
of all, it's Thresh, and Thresh is just good too. But you can make a tap
yeah,
claw. Yeah.
yeah. So the belt is it's just like I think he wants to recover his eco because he rolled at 8 a little bit. He could totally just make Zephyr. He could also hold on to that belt to make Warmogs and just put it onto the Gnar. I think Warmogs on Gnar is like kind of akin to Guardian Angel in a way. It's not like
Hmm.
the exact same by any means, but they both function similarly, which is their job is to get Gnar to cast. And when Gnar casts, it really doesn't matter if he has GA at that point. It's just to secure the fact that he does.
Right. Speaking of Gnar, that was a huge Gnar ultimate against Kuzma there. That helped set up that round win. But I believe we're going to swap views to someone else. Let's see. So Shinopavel from France. Of course, France killing it last game, ending up 1-2 rather. And Shinopavel's currently number 1 in the lobby right now with just 6 Vanguards. He does have that Cassiopeia with the tier and the RFC. But again, France going for the Vanguard Mystic kind of look at things.
Yeah, and I mean it works out really well, particularly because he has a 2-star Cassiopeia, and that is a consistent point of damage. In fact, he has 2-star everything except Wukong. And I think it just shows to show you like the quality of the units. He does have a funny like Rage Blade, Iron of the Locust Solari. I think I would like for him to get a little bit more value off of that item by just moving The Mordekaiser are a little bit over.
Yeah,
Not
that's a
really
good point.
care.
It's
Yeah.
a good point though. Like you really do need to pay attention to what items you're getting from the locket or from the thieves gloves, because if you get one of those AoE buff items like the locket of the Iron Solari, then sometimes it's worth it to reposition a little bit. Not all the time, but it's worth
Yeah.
looking at.
Oh,
Wow, that
well, I mean,
Jace.
he ends up getting through to the back line, but the Jace ends up dying, and I argue that if he had maximized his shield a little bit more, he actually would have been fine.
You might not be wrong. Yeah, that's a good point. That shield might have just barely been enough. It was a close fight.
Yeah, very much so. Given that the fact that like if you have the shield, stay alive or keep people like Poppy alive for a little bit longer, Ionic Spark does a little bit more damage, and not to mention the health benefit, of course, of having that extra shield. So
Yeah.
I would imagine that like it's a small difference, but maybe relevant. Either way, it's in the past. Shinopavels going up against the lobby is leading everybody, and really just needs to get to 8 next turn, and then find a second Mystic to place him.
Yeah.
Which he has with Karma.
Well, he's got a Guardian Angel he can play on Jace now, which is pretty huge.
Yeah,
And yeah, Luden's on Cassiopeia is perfectly fine. She's one of the better users of Luden's Echo since she casts so much. That Jace though is scary.
yeah, pretty close to the ideal items for Jace in terms of the carry form of him, giving Ionic Spark, Guardian Angel, and the Death Cap.
Oh, it's another
Another
locket.
locket.
Gives a shield to Jace, but that's it.
Yeah, and this one's a little bit more deliberate, right? Which is
Sure.
he really wanted to position him against Blitzcrank, otherwise he would have kept Wukong in the front line. So this is a very smart move by Shinopavels, and it ends up working out really nicely.
Yeah. Playing against a Ghost, it looks like. Since Tanpop already out. Wow. Before 5-1. That is really rough. And will Ginger be soon to follow? That's the question here. BenVK, you can see Shinopavels is not happy too, looking at his teammates board and seeing that BenVK is down to 15 HP already. So as good as Shinopavels is doing, his teammate from France kind of struggling a little bit in the final lobby of the day.
Yeah, it's always fun to see players be invested in other people's boards, and it seems like Shinopavels really upset to see his teammate struggling a little bit. But the good news is that he is hitting like almost all of his stuff. He's just gotten to 2 stars, and now he's kind of like playing with house money, so to speak. There's no need for him to roll. Like
Yeah.
he can roll for one thing, and that's a third Wukong, and that's a very specific thing that you would go for, and doesn't seem particularly worth it. So overall, I would say Shinopavels is going for a 9 from this point on.
Ooh, AKAWonder going for Star Guardian Sorcerers. Interesting. All right. And Rageblade Blue Buff GA. I like it. Rageblade obviously would normally be replaced by something else, but it makes her cast faster, so that's something. And yeah, that's gonna win the round. The big deal here is you've got Jace with the Protector Spatula. So not only does Nico get more tanky, which is really important, but you have this big alternative damage source in your Star Guardian Sorcerer comp. It softens people up for Syndra to finish them off. So that looks like a pretty strong board actually.
Yeah, so we're going to hop on over to Kuzma's perspective and see how he's doing. He's playing the dual Jinx carry, which is always fun. A little bit awkward because he has almost all of his items onto 2 1-star champions.
Yeah, that's a little bit
But
might not be ideal. They are
yeah,
good items though.
it's definitely big plays. Like I imagine that if he wins very convincingly, but it's also, oh my gosh, both of those jinxes immediately got deleted by Jace. That's definitely one of the downsides of it for sure.
Yeah. He's going to be scouting a little bit, see what the France versus France matchup looks like. Oh no, BenVK taking more damage. Shinopavels almost eliminated his teammate. That would have been awkward, but BenVK on the verge of going out at 2 HP. Same with Ginger Kuzma, his teammate on the verge of elimination as well.
Wow.
Another
Well, I mean,
force
this
of
is
nature. What?
on. Yeah, this is an all spatula carousel, so
Yeah.
there's no like raw components. There's no completed items that give you unique powers. It's pretty much just turning people into things based off spatulas.
That is insane. Wow. Force of nature. Suddenly he's going to be playing as if it's the super dense galaxy when everyone else is just playing normally. So that's a big one.
But it's for Ginger. Ben didn't even get it, so
Yeah.
that's pretty rough for Team France. As they really probably needed that to improve, because the difference between 6th and 7th is, sometimes a small thing, but a potentially pretty impactful thing.
Yep. I'm sure Kuzma's happy to see that, though, go to his teammate. He's going to go ahead and use the Rebel Medallion to make Blitzcrank into a Rebel. And just try to power up these Jinxes even more.
Yeah, this is so awkward. You don't even have like any 2-stars for your carry. I guess you have Aurelion Soul 2. So there's
Yeah.
no real point of holding this extra Aurelion Soul unless you want to just basically hold it for gold purposes. But looks like the Aurelion Soul is well positioned to intercept both the Blitzcrank's pull. And from here, if the Jinx can get the reset, that'll be big damage. But if not, then Aurelion Soul has to do the rest. Oh gosh. Oh
Yep.
boy.
He can't do it. Aurelion Soul definitely not strong enough there.
Okay.
So Kuzma down to 15 HP. So both players from Team Portugal on the verge of being eliminated. BenVK from France did win his round, and so did Ginger, though. So the two 2 HP players survive, at least for one more round anyway.
Right.
But Germany doing really, really well in this lobby. Sasa and Salvyyy 1 and 3 respectively right now in the standings here.
Oh,
So better game this time. Yeah.
Kuzma's really tempted to sell his Jinx, like at least based off the way he's motioning, like implies that he wants to. That's a bold strategy to sell like your carry at this point of the game here, given that you really need to maintain as much damage output as you possibly can.
I definitely would be. It's going up against a pretty strong Teemo Snipers board, though. Aurelion Soul, pretty good unit. What can you say? Ginger, though, fighting for his life. Shinopavels trying to stay alive with the Cassiopeia, not going to end up working. So Ginger, 2 rounds at 2 HP in a row, 1 right now. BenVK out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, this is a big opportunity for Germany to make up that distance. Salvyyy and Sasa both 1 and 2, and they have an opportunity to do the same exact thing to France as what France did to them in the previous lobby. Deathcat for Kuzma, that's really nice for the Aurelion Soul, but still doesn't solve the bigger issue, which is that he doesn't really have
Dude,
meaningful carry damage right now.
Deathcap for Kuzma was my favorite band in high school. They were like they really spoke to me.
It's great. Yeah, I'm glad that someone understood you back then.
That's right. Only Deathcap for Kuzma gets me.
I mean, we're in this like pray for Jinx too, but like there's also a question to wonder, which is, let's say you do get Jinx 2. What are you gonna do with these other items that pop off of her? You actually want 2 more Jinxes.
That's the thing. What he needs is like a couple Nikos and stuff like that. And and he has to be really careful about what Jinx he has on the board, what Jinx he has on the bench when he combines one to make sure that the right items get on the right Jinxes. Or the Jinxi, as multiple Jinxes are called. Jinxes, Jinxi, Jinxum? I don't know.
Jinxies.
Jinxes. I'd say Salvyyy, though.
Yes.
Wow. Look at that Ash.
You've got a Aurelion Soul with the Protector, and that is usually a recipe for success in the late game. The stats are outrageous when you start to get 4 Protectors with Aurelion Soul at this position. So Salvyyy looks extremely powerful, eliminates Kuzma, AKAWonder out, Spain finishing bottom 4, and that's going to be 2 players from Germany, player from France, Shinopavels, and Ginger from Portugal in the top 4.
Yeah, so Ginger's still able to get a good amount of points for Team Portugal. But Germany going to make up some big ground here. And I would say it's a fairly good chance. I think that Germany will retake number 1 after this game. Kind of no matter what at this point.
Yeah, Salvyyy is very close to finishing the Piba comp, and he has 2 Aurelion Souls, 2 Xerath, and this is like the ultimate comp in the game if you're
Yeah.
able to get it. It's just really hard, really expensive, and honestly, like people just die while trying to get to that point. But Salvyyy, of course, a master at being able to transition. Seems like he is very easily crushing the lobby, despite not even having like the ultimate form of this comp, which is scary to think about. Like the fact that this comp is about to get even stronger.
Yeah. Well, it's oh, there's the Aurelion Soul 2. That's huge. And this
Jeez.
is the Mount Everest of comps in this meta right now, because if you can get there, you'll be at the top of the highest mountain, but you might die along the way. It's definitely true.
I suppose so. It's definitely not for the feeble-hearted. This comp is really hard. I've only managed to successfully pull it off twice, and I didn't even win those games because I was just like, I wasn't transitioning cleanly. I lost too much HP, and it was like
Sure.
its top end that was really good. It's a really tricky comp.
38 HP though for Salvyyy is a great spot to be in
Oh
this late in
no!
the game. Everyone else sub 10.
This is Sasa, and he's so powerful that he's likely to beat Sasa, and
Yeah.
so convincingly that he gets fourth.
Yep, that's right. It might be a greater negative or greater HP deficit that might send his teammate lower than he would have preferred. Sasa, yeah, -16 as opposed to the -15 for Shinopavels. So, whoops, you hate to see it, but at least it's still a double top 4 for Germany.
It's a double top 4, but it could, I guess, in his mind, no matter what happened, if he beat Sasa, he was dead, right? Because they were both down
Yeah.
to one hit, and
But that
so
negative HP does make a difference, though.
right, totally, and it's exactly what I was describing. Like maybe he weakens his board, maybe he plays like that 1-star Aurelion Soul or something like that instead.
You just
To
can't,
get
I
a
guess, though, because
little bit more of a chance.
yeah, you don't want to weaken your board and then not hit, your teammate. So it's just kind of one of those things.
Right. It's 50-50 at that point because I think he just when it's down to 4 people, you're guaranteed to not play the player you just faced. So if he knew he was going to not play against Shinopavels, it was Sasa or Ginger.
Right. Going up against the Teemo board from Ginger, as Ginger had that really fast Teemo 2 and Jin 2, but looks like it may all end here. Oh, Jin, though, does kill the Aurelion Soul, and that's one thing. Aurelion Soul Protector is strong, but Jin just one-shots everybody. So this may actually
Yeah.
not be a first for Salvyyy.
Astro Astro snipers are really good, and Force of Nature with Astro snipers is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
what he
remember
really
that
needs
Ginger
now,
got bailed out. Ginger was going 7th. If it without that Force of Nature, and whenever he got it, he might win the lobby. Just to kind of once again showcase the power of why that carousel was nerfed in the first place, because that used to happen fairly often.
right? Is there a world where you would? I guess the game is probably going to be over here, but is there a world where you would have swapped over the Ash items onto the Janna and just found something else, anything else to put in there?
Yeah, he doesn't have the Xerath items to really go with it, so I think he's just gonna
That's the
stay
thing.
onto the Ash for now. But it's definitely worth considering. But either way, it looks pretty bad. He hasn't found an Ash to replace her, and it looks like Ginger from the depths gets some help from our Lord and Savior Mortdog, and is able to pull himself out from a 7th place to a 1st place. Really
Yeah,
well
and
done.
I mean that's really important for Team Portugal as well, because they were that team that was in third place. So getting a first place helps a lot in the points going into day number 2. So Portugal, not quite the dominant force that we saw them be in the group stages, but still definitely hanging in there in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's right. So the day does belong, I believe, to France, but it might be just barely. We'll have to actually see because I do think that it was a really tight finish at the end. Shinopavels does wrap up his day with all top 4s or better. Really impressive from Shinopavels.
Yeah.
Salvyyy, of course, he comes in as one of the favorites to do well in this tournament. It's not a surprise to see him in second. And then Ginger and Kuzma / Sasa wrap up our top 4.
Right. It's really, really incredible to go top 4 for 5 games in a row. That's so hard to do. And then you throw in the fact that these are some of the best players in TFT in Europe. That's quite the accomplishment for Shinopavels, and Salvyyy only missing out on the top 4 in 1 game. Also a pretty amazing accomplishment too. So it's some pretty big performances coming out today overall. But when we take a look at the final standings, France does jump ahead at the end, 62 points in total for them. Germany just behind at 58, and then Portugal just behind that at 54. Spain, again, like they're going to have a massive day tomorrow if they want to have any chance of making it into the finals. But as far as the other three goes, France, Germany, Portugal, it really could be any of them.
Yeah, super tight race between these three countries, France, Germany, Portugal. For Spain, though, it's looking really unlikely that they get through tomorrow. But, if they have a day that's even better than France, then they have a pretty good shot.
That's right. So I believe we have our points leader for the day in the call with us right now. Shinopavels, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right.
Hi.
Awesome. Hey, congratulations. You had the most points of anybody today. France is currently the top of the standings. So how does it feel to, kind of sneak into the semifinals and now today, put on such a big performance?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. I mean, that's a team effort because like we had a pep talk before the tournament starts, and that's why I could perform that well today. So I'm pretty happy about my performance, but also the team performance overall.
Who gave the pep talk?
Toon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't play that much on in my main account this week, so I was not that ready, I think, to play in such lobbies today. But thanks to him and overall all my team, I found a way to perform there. So I'm happy.
Awesome. All right. So we've talked to some other teams, and some of them have said that they have like a plan as far as like one player is going to focus on two comps, another player is going to focus on another couple comps. What's your approach? Without giving too much away, obviously. Like, what's your approach coming into it? Obviously, you don't want to play the same comp your teammate is playing, but aside from that, what do you think is a good way to approach team competition?
I mean, most of the players in our teams are like really adaptive player, and I think this meta is a meta that rewards a player like this. So we weren't like, yeah, you're gonna play this comp. We were like, let's play what we have in our shop. Let's use our items to as fast as possible, like something like that. And I don't know if you saw in I think it's match 4, we both played the same comp. 6 Vanguards, because we thought that in the previous game most of the lobby was playing AD comps and a lot of cybers. So we decided in this map to try to go against that and play 6 Vanguard. And that's why we managed to end up first and second there. So yeah,
that's really smart.
That's
really smart.
Yeah, that was a really good read. Frodan, any questions?
No. Any prediction? Who's the second country that's going to be qualifying alongside France tomorrow?
I mean, obviously, I would like Germany to qualify. So I'd say Germany with France in final.
Okay.
All right, Germany versus France.
Interesting. All right. Well, we'll ask you one more now. So since we've got you here and everyone's listening, tell us a little bit about the French TFT scene. How's it been developing? Any shout outs you want to make? Just let us know how's France doing in TFT over there.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the things that I love the most about this game, that it's that France has such a huge community with a lot of good players that trade information. I mean, we have a Discord that we share, and we try to give as much as information as possible. We play together. We play in vocal. So yeah, that's probably what kept me in the game for so long. So I like to thank obviously all the French players that took part of that, and yeah, I'm pretty happy about the French community and TFT.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, France is such a huge esports country in general, obviously big in games like League of Legends, some very good StarCraft 2 players coming out of France. So it's cool to see TFT kind of following that tradition. So tomorrow, Unid and Toon will play for Team France. Is there any advice you'd like to give them?
Oh, no, not really. I can give them advice, but I'm sure they will do just as fun as we did today. So go France.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Congratulations again today, Shinopavels, our points leader individually, and putting France at #1 in the standings. Should be a shoe-in to get to the finals tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
All right. So there you have it, guys. Team France putting on a big performance here today at the Giant Slayer European Cup. Any general closing thoughts you've got, Frodan, about the day?
Yeah, overall, I really like some of the mentality that they collectively choose to go against what they think the direction of the lobby goes. I think that's really smart. And perhaps maybe overplaying their hand. You know, it's like I'm a big believer that these kinds of things players shouldn't be revealing during interviews. But at the same time, maybe it's a strategy they're okay with today, and then they're going to do something different for tomorrow. Either way, it's shaping up to be really exciting. I think Germany versus France is really close, and I know it might seem like one country is doing really well, but tomorrow it could be a completely different story, and it's still possible entirely that France doesn't qualify. So looking forward to that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean it's always a new lobby, it's always a new group of players. So the meta on day to day, when you change the group of players out completely, the meta itself can change quite a bit. So now at this point, are we looking at the schedule for tomorrow? We could check to see which players are playing. We will see in just a moment. So there you go. Tomorrow will be July 28th, and it will be Snoodyboo and Reven TXZ from Spain, Unid and ToonTV from France, DarkHydra and Narkez from Germany, and then Captain Rodrigues and Omaestro from Portugal. And another stacked lobby, another group of players that is going to be pretty powerful. But really, Spain needs to do a ton of work if they want to have any chance. So the pressure is on for Snoodyboo and Reven.
Yeah, Spain has a lot of ground to make up, or at least maybe can play spoiler for other people, but we'll see. Like, a miraculous series of results could really happen if they get like first, second, every single lobby, then Spain's in. So, that's part of what makes it exciting. Like, there's still the possibility that these leads get blown or vice versa, big comebacks, and I guess what to see tomorrow.
That's right. So I think that's going to do it for us today here at the Giant Slayer European Cup. Thanks again to Juke.gg for sponsoring us and supporting TFT Esports. And thanks to you guys for watching. Frodan and I will be back tomorrow for the second day of semifinals. And we will find out who our final two nations to make it to the grand finals are. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be close too. So definitely don't miss that. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Thanks for watching.